Hello, how are ya? It's that time of the month again. It's time for the Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble. We are your casters. Hey, I'm Quack, and above me is Death Adder, aka Phil. How are you doing today, man?
Not too bad. Weather's pretty all right. We did have a bit of a kind of, weather pattern slash update that it was going to be very, very hot and very, very dry for the rest of the year as we're coming out of that season. But thankfully, it's we've had a bit of extension, and we do have a bit of rain and really nice cool gusts going around Singapore. So it is the perfect weather to get into it and not be too fatigued. And hopefully that shows up for the rest of the competitors as we go on today and tomorrow.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's nice and sunny outside right now. It's not too cold, I would say. So it's the perfect morning for some Brawl Stars action. I mean, that's why we're all here, right? And this month, things are a little bit different. Last month, it was really different as well because we didn't see our usual PSG guys at all. Actually, I mean, only I think Response was playing in one of the teams, and of course, it was Kaz, none other than Kaz, the kind of underdog. We usually would think it's Icy or Grasma Doppin that would take away first place, but it was Kaz instead. And now they are back in it. We have Icy Doppin in the qualified teams once more. And let's just take a look at all of the teams that have qualified for this month, the January finals.
So yeah, we do have Dancing Teddies. I'm guessing it's Teddies. Um, Hive Resonance, J-Pod, Shampoo Bottle, Cloud Gaming as usual. Icy Dopin is there as well. Kaz, who was our champion as you highlighted last month or earlier in the month rather, and Team Soya. So that is your top 8. I think we're going to go to the brackets as well, if I'm not wrong. And that should give us an indication of the matchups that we have. So we do have Kaz going up against Shampoo Bottle. That will be the first match of the day. Icy Doppin versus Cloud Gaming. That's going to be an interesting matchup. So straight early on, they're already taking each other on. And there can only be one left standing in their upper bracket. Hive Resonance is going to go up against J-Pod. So I'm guessing Resonance is going to be another mixed team, perhaps, maybe, due to the name change. And Dancing Teddy or Teddy's is going to go up against Team Suya. We haven't seen Suya, we haven't seen J-Pod, and we haven't seen Shampoo Bottle go at it before in the competition, so that should be interesting.
That's right. I mean, a lot of new faces, but also the familiar faces as well. And I think this is just interesting to see how there are more and more teams coming up, more players looking to participate in this Singapore Community Rumble. It's very lovely to see it. And of course, this is all brought to us by none other than Supercell, the Brawl Stars community, as well as ESL Asia. They're the ones running this whole shebang, and it's awesome. We have the ESL Discord, the Facebook page, and of course the YouTube channel as well, where we're all live, and people can join in the Discord, look for teams. I think there was that SGAG promotional video that they did in conjunction with ESL Asia to promote this Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble, actually. One of the content creators or producers on SGAG, I think her dad plays a whole bunch of Brawl Stars ever since the game came out, and it's freaking awesome. And I don't know, maybe he's participating in the tournament somewhere, somehow. And this is the round of 8. We have the 3 maps that would be played as well. I mean, you got to keep in mind this is the format, so it's best of 3s all throughout, except for the upper bracket, lower bracket finals, as well as the very, very grand finals, and that will be happening tomorrow. Starting off today in the round of 8, the first game mode will be none other than Siege on some assembly required. This is one of our favorite ones that we've seen for the entire tournament thus far. And following that, we have Brawl Ball on Sneaky Fields, and lastly, the tiebreaker, Bounty on XL. This is, of course, the matchup. We've seen it before. It's Kaz versus Shampoo Bottle. I'm just curious to see how that one's going to turn out because, I mean, Kaz pretty much had a really dominant performance. They got knocked down in the lower brackets last month by, I think, Icy Doppin, actually. And then they managed to claw their way back, face them off in the grand finals, and actually won. So now they're going up against Shampoo Bottle. That's going to be an interesting one. But you know what? we did have that promotional tweet as well, Facebook post also. I mean, the social media producer manager guy talked to us and asked us who our favorite brawlers were. Would you care to comment on that, Phil?
Yeah, I mean, you went with Pam, right? And that's a very
Yes,
usual
I
kind
did.
of hero choice, brawler choice rather. Sorry. And I went with Mortis, and I copped a bit of flack for that, but to each his own. So we're gonna go straight into it on some assembly required on Siege, and 15 seconds left on the clock before that Siege comes in. At the moment, as I just move my picture out of the way, one bolt each apiece. And it is even Steven right now. So 1 second, I think it might be tied. No, it's not going to be tied. Kaz will be able to summon the first siege bot at level 2, and I don't think they're going to have too much of an issue with that.
Zero issue whatsoever. You can see Tired King trying to blow some obstacles open with his silver bullet as well. The siege bot's just going to pulverize right on through as Chewie tries to do a little bit of chip damage. They're just really trying to control space right now, maintain their control possession over the center of the map. That's where the bolts will be spawning. Once they have that in control, they will be able to collect as many of those as they want. Look at Tired King as well, just using his super to obliterate the obstacles, open things wide open. And now Shampoo Bottle, if they walk in there, it's just going to be a complete slaughter. It's easy shooting for Tired King. He's going to connect a lot of shots. Chewie as well. And that's just the strength of B. I mean, if you connect your shots, it's so much damage. Namiruro, the tank, is able to defend as well. They know they've got this one in the bag, so they're just spinning around having fun.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to kind of counter that strategy that they're putting out at the moment, and I don't think. Look at it, like Namiruro is just chilling out at the back, just doing his range, like doing his attacks, and not really having any issues with that. And they're already down to 3%. Maybe, I mean, the only way I can foresee this going through is if they can do a full team wipe when they have the siege bot at like halfway to the base. They might be able to take it, but now the ninja is going to come through. Chewie's on that left side, and Tired King on that right side. And that's going to be it. Just a couple of bullets through from the Cult of Tired King, and that spells the end for that first round in this first map of some assembly required. So pretty easy win for Team Kaz, and it seems like they're off to a good start.
Really good start. And of course, I mean, the DPS role really was relegated to Tired King. He just, once it's down to 3%, it's basically a foregone conclusion. You walk right in, knock on the door, say hello, and just shoot some bullets right into your opponent's face. That's all you need to do, really. And I think it's a really good effort for the other team to try to defend using. I know Brawly was on Lu, and of course that's just a great way of locking the siege bot in place. But the other players, the Brawler composition there was a little bit iffy at times because, they've got Ems, but she's kind of squishy as well. You have to really make sure you stay alive and stay in range enough to dish out that DPS. So it's a little bit tough. Namiruro on Frank, I mean, he was just such a tank walking around like he owns the place. So it's really tough. They need to switch things up there, I think, a bit. But of course, it's always difficult playing Siege. It's all about the bolts. You really need to control the space. And that is where the team composition, the teamwork that we see from Kaz, and this is why they are such a dominant force right now. But of course, we have a second round coming right up. Let's see how that one plays out. Other than that, how can you catch flack for Mortis? Mortis is awesome. Excuse me?
I mean, I guess like it's just not in the meta, right? Like in general, people don't really choose Mortis at the competitive level, but it takes skill. It takes some skill to use. It's a really high risk, high reward kind of thing because he does put out a lot of damage. He can nuke a brawler, but if he doesn't have support to help him out, then if he doesn't secure the kill, he doesn't get that heal, and then he also goes down pretty quickly. So it takes a lot of teamwork. He's one of those picks where you go for it, but you do have to make sure that you have backup just in case you can't finish off the opponent.
Yeah, man. I mean, can I change my answer? Because I would go with Mortis right now, too, honestly. He's awesome, man. I mean, just look at this. We've got two Edgars on both sides. Not a super meta pick, I think, as well, but they do a lot of damage. Just look at how they're able to stay alive. And of course, Chewie and Tired King, they've swapped roles a little bit this time around, but they're still landing all of their shots. Lollipop's trying to do the best that he can Simp-wise, he's playing on Jack. It's great for him because if he can hide behind these obstacles, he's able to stay alive and do damage through the obstacles because of his AoE damage. But seems like Namiruro will be the one to fall. Tiger King answers back
nice
with a
one.
trade, a lot of damage. Still, it's an even bold collection point at this time, but Kaz, they're coming back into it. They've seized up, and it's all up neck and neck. 8-7 now, actually. It actually looks like Kaz has control here. Shampoo Bottle, they're a bit afraid. They're all the way at the back.
Yeah, they're down by a bolt right now, and I think Kaz will pretty much get it. They're up in 10 bolts. And just before that last one gets registered, they'll get a level 9, and that's going to go chugging down the middle. Lollipop goes in for the jump, but they get taken out by Tiger King, who read him like a book and was able to drop him right there and then. And that allows them to kind of have a bit more room. But the Siege Bot goes for the body block. All three of them respond. They were very clever, Lollipop using that spawn protection to kind of mitigate a lot of the damage and tank some of that damage from that Siege Bot. So they haven't taken too much damage from it. I don't think it even hit the turret, but they did take quite a couple of hits from the brawlers on the side of Kaz. And now Kaz once again trying to get control of that middle section because they know if they lose the siege, it's going to be a rough day at the office. 13-6 on the bolt count at the moment in favor of Shampoo, and now they're going to get a level 14 siege bot. That's the last siege bot, and it is chugging away. You can see it's super angry, and Namiruro will get dropped by Lollipop. Simp is there as well, and they're going to get quite a lot of damage. I think they should be able to pick up this round. Yeah, there's just way too much damage on that siege bot and too much health on it. And Shampoo will bring it to 1-1 on the scoreboard. So we're going to go to a third tiebreak round on this first map.
Really impressive win by Shampoo Bottle. I think Kaz, it's just a little bit of a miscalculation earlier on. They thought they had it, but they only managed to get it down to 70%. And when you lose out in the very final phase of Siege, it's basically game over. You cannot contest against a purple Siege bot at all. You saw how strong it was. It just pushed right in. The damage was just unbelievable. It went down to 60% in like a second, right? There's nothing that they could do there. So that's kind of that forward thinking that you need to have playing a game mode like Siege. So right now, score 1-1. I wonder who's going to come out on top next. Still, the brawler composition seems to have swapped out over a bit. Kaz, this time they went for a full offense. I mean, we had a Colt, we had a Bia, and the very last one, actually can't remember what it was, but it wasn't a tanky heavyweight brawler, and that's the problem there, I think. On the other hand, Shampoo Bottle, they had Simp twice, who was on Jack, and of course that is just how he managed to play around these obstacles a little bit. Of course, they had that bankrolling in through the second phase, even though they lost there. It's really down to that third phase, so strategy is very important here, and I wonder how the two teams are going to play off in the third round.
Yeah, it was pretty hard for them as well. And I think earlier for the December finals, right, earlier in the month, what we saw was a lot of the teams on Siege, they were manipulating and making use of Lou when he first came out, and not a lot of people were using him. And what they would do is they would freeze the Siege bot with the regular attacks. But then also they would save the super for right at the very end and wait until the siege bot was up against the wall, because then it would kind of like glitch the siege bot and he would just run into the wall for like the longest time, and also he would be stunned by that slow also. So that's what I think that's what Shampoo are trying to do, but it hasn't been not Shampoo. I think it is. I'm a bit confused with the colors, but yeah, it is Shampoo. Shampoo? No, it's Kaz. That's what Kaz is trying to... I'll sort it out. My head is all over the place. But we see that first siege bot coming through already for Team Kaz, and it doesn't get any hits down, so Shampoo are able to deal with it pretty easily. So yeah, it is Shampoo using Lou. They're trying to use that strat that we've seen the teams, use that earlier in the month, but it seems to be less effective now. It seems like the teams have calculated and kind of know what the counters are for it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that is the meta, as it were, right now, to use Lou to keep the siege bot in place, keep it stunned, keep it cold, frozen, in fact, and then that's where you let it rip. You just keep on going, nail it down, make sure that it doesn't do any damage at all, and that's the strength of the defense. You can see that Brawly's trying to do the same thing right here, but this time, not working out so well. Lollipop needs to do all the damage that he can, but Namiru is just pulverizing, hammering right on through again and again. Now they are down to 26%, Phil. That's a big problem. Shampoo Bottle, they have not gotten a single siege bot in yet so far.
They don't, but they do have 5 bolts. It's not going to be enough, though. They don't have middle control, and Tim's trying to do his best, but he's just getting absolutely wrecked because Lollipop needs to get in there. And with their kind of lineup, what they need to do is they need to zone out. They need to zone out Team Kaz with that Lou, with Brawly, and then have that follow-up with the Edgar jumping in. Tim has to be at the back to help with the heal onto Edgar because he can't tank a lot of damage. And too late for them at the moment. I think they're going to drop this round. 8 bolts on that siege bot, and that's going to be it. Match is over as they follow up with some of the help from the back, and Team Kaz will pick up siege 2-1. So I mean, it's hard for them, right? Because they had a brawler composition for Shampoo. They had a brawler composition that needed really perfect teamwork to execute properly. Liu, doesn't have a lot of damage, but he has a lot of utility. Edgar is able to burst, but he is also a glass cannon, basically, right? He's taken out so easily. So they had Sim, who could help with the sustain, but just wasn't there. He was always getting isolated either to the left side or the right side, and so that just shows you that Team Kaz kind of had a pretty good game plan, but they also understood that target prioritization was something that's really important, making sure that you know which targets you need to hit and which targets you need to isolate. So they knew that Simp was a big kind of support brawler, and they took him out early on, and that meant that the Edgar couldn't get any help at all.
Yeah, and that's really what they did. I mean, once you're an Edgar, you're a glass cannon, you don't have any backup, any support whatsoever, you're as good as dead. You gotta keep in mind, Edgar is a very close-range brawler. You don't have any space at all. I mean, the only hope you have is maybe your super to jump in, a little bit of mobility here and there, but that's about it. You don't have any long-range capability at all. So, it's tough luck there, but it's still 2-1. They got some fight in them, and that's lovely to see. Right now we're moving on to Brawl Ball in Sneaky Fields, and this is where Edgar could actually shine. I mean, just taking a look at the map, it's Sneaky Fields. You got grass patches across the entire plane. This is where Edgar could and potentially shine, really. Even maybe a Mortis, actually, if you hide inside, unless Kaz go for the same strategy that they did, which is to go for a brawler like Frank, or maybe even a Colt, just to shoot down and really get rid of all those obstacles, get rid of the walls, get rid of the grass, and all of a sudden it's a completely open battlefield for you to just burn down all the way. It's going to be interesting to see how the teams play this one out. I think another possible pick that seems to be popular could also be Sprout, actually, because of it's Brawl Ball. If you have the wall up, you completely block off the goal. It's really tough for opponents to deal with that. So very interesting to see how this one plays out, but it's Sneaky Fields, a lot of grass. What do you think, Phil?
Yeah, let me just pull that up. I think because what we've usually seen is we've seen with maps where we have a lot of grass, right? Teams want to use Nani, but it's Brawl Ball, so we haven't seen Nani being used at all on Brawl Ball, and I don't think it makes sense not to use it because it's too quick, right?
Yeah,
it depends on the strategy of the teams. I think Team Kaz are going to play very aggressive, so an aggressive lineup will be will be more beneficial for them, I think. So they're definitely going to want to use the speed boost. They probably will go for Brawl. No, they'll do Frank, like you said. So they're going to pulverize all the obstacles in the way and use that to their advantage and go straight through. But we do have Brawly, Lollipop dropping Namiruro with that Sprout. So they're going to go for the block and try and use that to their advantage, zone out one of the key points and force Kaz to go through a choke point rather. Simp is gonna save his ult, I think, as usual, and suck him in. And then I think Nina, in the form of Brawly, he's gonna pop that bear once he gets it. And already we see that ult going there. Namiro will go down pretty soon. Sprout coming through with the shot, gets it over to Brawly, and the bear is chasing him down, so they're gonna get that point pretty easily. And the bear is the MVP for that first goal, able to zone out Team Kaz. They couldn't sustain, couldn't get their heals up, unfortunately, and that's the first goal. So good plays from Shampoo at the moment.
Dude, what a bear. I mean, you said it all, it's the MVP, but this time things are a lot different because the entire right side has already been opened up by Namiru. They all have their supers. They just charged right in after getting a team wipe. Now, though, the supers are on the side of Shampoo Bottle. An early ball goes up, isolating Chewy. He's going to use his super to kind of control the space just by a bit, do some damage. Simpli's just going to ignore him, though, pushing right on up. And now, Chewy is still stuck over on the enemy's domain. Namiru and Tired King, they're trying to make some magic happen as well. They get the elimination on the Simp twice. The wall goes up once more. Still an even 2-on-2. Namiru, big slam. Gets it down. Still, though, has some space. It's very close. Shampoo Bottle trying to do their best to force them all the way back. Still very scariest. I mean, look at Tired King. You gotta beware of the B player. Chewy still trying to control all the space that he can, but Sin Twice and Lollipop, they've got their shields up. The extra confidence that it provides. The score is 1-1 right now. It looks like Shampoo are in control. They are scared. Oh no, Namiru! Didn't come in time, and the goal sneaks right on by. Shampoo Bottle actually takes round 1.
They're so scared of the bear, and it's just zoning them out. Like, they're not dealing with it, and I think they're not because they don't have the damage to take it out, I think, and they're kind of panicking when it's chasing him because it does do a lot of damage. It's quite tanky as well, and Brawley is just really smart about how he's playing the bear, right? Like, he's not just straight up popping it. He's waiting for Team Kaz to get slightly damaged to like 1/3 health, half health, and then he's putting down the bear, and that's putting pressure on them because they can't regen. Every time they get hit, that regen kind of resets, right? There's no grass, they can't hide in to accelerate the regen as well. So by using that perfect timing and by using that having that wisdom of when to pop it and put that bear on to apply maximum pressure is leading to this outcome where Kaz just can't respond. They can't fight the bear because they don't have the health. They are just getting zoned out, and so they have to run away and try and regen enough health before they turn around and go take out the bear and deal with the bear. But while they do that, then Shampoo Bottle just have a clear like railway that they can just go straight down and take a shot and score a goal. So that's the problem that the Kaz need to deal with, is how do they deal with this bear? And I think we're probably going to see a brawler shuffle before this second round.
I agree with you. I mean, I said earlier on, beware of the B player, but you also gotta beware of the beast in the east, and that is Brawly, the bear that comes out. Because every time the bear gets summoned, you have to think about what kind of gadget or star power does Vita have in play, whether it's Bear Paws that comes out with a stun or the Hyper Bear Paws that goes through. But either way, this time, Kaz are the one with the eliminations. It's a team wipe, and they just push right on through. The ball goes in, and now they are sitting at a very comfortable 1-0. This is the brawler switch up that we talked about earlier on. Now Namiruro is on max. Look at all that mobility. Simp Twice is the only one left alive. He needs to defend, but can he do that though? He tries to slow them down. Brawly catches it right in the nick of time. Kicks it into the corner though, and now they need to wait for the full reset and hopefully get some eliminations on the board and push Kaz back.
Yeah, and they're trying to do their best, and now they've it seems like they're able to deal with it for now. Tired King here popping a lot of damage onto Sim. Sim's going to be able to run away and regen, and Tide King needs to do the same because we're going to start to see the counter come through. Brawly with the clearance down on their bottom right, and they are now coming and slowly pushing down that middle. Lollipop trying to get his ult up, unable to do so as Tide King takes some pop shots and drops him, and Kaz are going to get an easy shot on goal as they get the wipe on Shampoo Bottle. So Kaz will pick up they'll pick up Brawl Ball 2-0? Yeah.
2-0, that was it.
2-0. So we're gonna go to Bounty right up as I just take that note. And Kaz on the scoreboard, 2-0 on the match scoreboard. So if you just joined us, it's the Brawl Stars Community Rumble January Finals. And we've got a couple of new teams that have joined us. We have Kaz versus Shampoo, which is the matchup right now. Next matchup is going to be Icy Doppin versus Cloud Gaming, and then we're going to have Hive Resonance versus J-Pod. That's going to be the third match. Quack, who do we have tuning in on the two streams?
Let's go right to it because I see familiar names here. We've got Jay, we've got Jaden Wong, we've got our lovely CZK who loves the Ducks. We also have Raz and JT and, you know, just a bunch of familiar names. Bear, Brawl Stars, Fire Shred Gaming. And, you know, it's lovely to see. I see some chatter about the Brawl Stars esports community as well. There is a Brawl Talk that is premiering sometime later, I think 10 hours into the day, I think, maybe at night, because it is, you know, Supercell is a Finnish company, and that's where they're going to be unveiling the newest brawler, so to speak. It's the rumor mill is that it's a cat brawler of sorts. I don't really know what's going to happen there, but it's definitely going to be one to watch out for.
Oh no, so it's tied. We were wrong. Here we go. We're going to go to the tiebreak here. Team Kaz versus Shampoo Bottle. And once again, pretty similar lineups, except for Namiru. Namiru has switched out. And we'll see whether that's going to pay off. They're going to try and take out as many obstacles in the middle. Brawly from the side flank will be able to drop one. He's trying to go for two and put on the pressure, but Tai King just spawns right on time. Brawly misses his shot by a couple millimeters, but he has the bear. The bear's gonna go chase, and luckily for them, Namiru is smart enough to bring the bear away and distract it. So Chu is gonna be able to deal with it, but now it's gonna be a 2-on-1, and Tai King will now respawn. Namiru comes through again, pops the speed boost, and doesn't really help them out that much. They're just trying to deal with the pressure. Lollipop will get one. Simple follow-up with the second, and they're going to get the final member of Team Kaz. So they'll go get that wipe in, and Shampoo will score that first goal. Off to a great start.
Extremely great start. And this is just Shampoo displaying the dominance. They're continuing to go right on through. The damage is just too strong. The bear that comes in, once Brawly feels his game, he's just going to go in non-stop. But this time he gets slowed by Chewy Super. It's an even trade, but Namiru with the speed boost, he wants to push the ball in. Lollipop comes back with a trade back of his own. And that is a team wipe for the side of Team Kaz. Shampoo Bottle.
Too much damage from Lolly.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage. You gotta think about it. He has the teleport in play as well if he chooses to deploy it. Shampoo Bottle, they are definitely in the driver's seat here.
Yeah, and he's just ranking up. There we go. He's almost, I think he's up to max rank already. Yeah, he is. And the shot's gonna come through because they just have too much damage, way too much damage. Kaz couldn't deal with it, and they just scaled so well. So Team Kaz, they are formidable opponent actually, in the form of Shampoo, and they're gonna give them a run for their money. So we're 1-1 on the match count, and we're gonna head to Bounty. So we go to the tiebreak. There can only be one. There can only be one winner, and there can only be one team that stays up in the upper bracket. So Kaz might have a similar journey as they had last tournament if they get knocked down to the lower bracket. Shampoo out of nowhere, we haven't seen them at all. They've qualified, and seems like it's interesting. So I mean, Siege objective based mode, Brawl Ball objective based mode, So they're pretty even on that. We're gonna go to bounty, so that's gonna be an all-out kind of TDM, and let's see how it is. Like, I'll pull up the map right now actually and see what we're gonna be playing. We're gonna play bounty on Excel, and it's a structured map, so you're not gonna get away with unless you can take down those obstacles. I don't think you're gonna get away with like a sniping kind of lineup, like a marksman lineup. So I don't think they're gonna have to worry about that too much. But yeah, maybe Pam for sustain, perhaps. I don't know. I think Tara. We might see a Tara. But really, it's anyone's guess. Like at this stage, right? Like we've commented it over time, is that the skill gap has really started to close, and teams have really started to become more capable and more innovative in their strategies. Right? They're not just copying each other. They are actually coming out with pretty good pocket strats. They are really putting in the effort to find out what are the most optimal lineups for their team, not just for the map, but for their team and for the game mode as well. And that's leading to some interesting brawler choices, and that's also leading to some very interesting matchups as well.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting matchup all across the board. I mean, these teams are surprising us every time we come into each monthly final. And for those of you who just joined us, if you don't know how this works, the way it goes is that every month there is a monthly qualifier. They play matches, I think, every weekend or so. And if you qualify, you earn some monetary rewards, but of course the biggest prize is that you earn yourself a spot in the monthly finals that takes place at the end of each month. Of course, this one is for the month of January, and if you walk away with the top prize, you get a very nice total of $700. It's 700 big ones that can, that's a lot of Brawl Stars pins, a lot of Brawl Stars skins, but of course, we have a lot of explosions on the map right now. Nami Ruro going in with Rico as well, which really favors this map because look at all the obstacles, the walls that he's trying to bounce his shots off of. But at the same time, because of the obstacles, the long-range brawlers, the throwers, are actually doing a lot of work here as well. I mean, they're building up their supers. We already have a wall up in play. But I think the biggest question is when the Mr. P's get their supers up. Once those porters start coming through, if they have the gadget, they're going to buff him up, and that's going to be a big problem for whichever side that comes in first. Right now, though, Nami Ruro doing as much damage as he can on the other side. The balls are just bouncing off. They connect on the lollipop, and that's 5 stars already for Team Kaz.
Yeah, and both Mr. P's are doing pretty well at the moment. They're just having a bit of a battle back and forth on that right side, and not really trying to. They're not really pushing in very aggressively, and at the moment, like you said, Team Cat is leading. As I said, that Simp is able to take out Tide King finally, and that will give him 2 stars. Nami Ruro has to be careful, but I think it's just so intimidating because he doesn't have to get away from the obstacles. He can just bounce his shots off the wall, and he's winning that battle at the moment. Lollipop now will pop that on that left side and try and get Nami Ruro to back off. And here comes the aggressive push. Shampoo has to chase it, and they'll go all the way in. Now Nami Ruro gonna get taken out by Lollipop, but as I say that, they'll trade, and because of that, Kaz will luckily stay on top. They'll get another kill to secure the win, but that was a close one. They must be wiping the sweat off their brows, and just by the skin of their teeth, able to pick up that first round. Jeez, they too close for comfort, but luckily for them, the bouncing bullets off the sidewall were able to go for that trade, and they were pretty fortunate to get out on the winning side of that.
Yeah, I mean, geez Louise, man. Rico, Nami Ruro, he's just doing so much work, and I think the first 2 eliminations really allowed them to dictate the flow for the rest of the match. I mean, once they have those 5 stars, they're pretty comfortable. All they got to do is sit back, let Shampoo Bottle push into their domain, and that is where Nami Ruro really shines. I mean, even at one point in the match, there was that wall that came up, and it essentially turned it into a death alley for Nami Ruro's Rico, because the way his brawler works, the shots bounce off the walls, they bounce off obstacles. Anyone who tries to walk into his line of sight, they're basically dead. And that is how he was able to do so much damage, collect so many stars, even doing as much as he could before he got eliminated. They sat at a very comfortable 11 stars, so I think maybe a 6 or 8. So Shampoo Bottle, they really need to make something different happen here, and I think that is why we see Sip twice on the Rico as well this time. It's a complete mirror match. Let's see how this one plays out.
Yeah, doing really well with the Rico is Namiruro, and looks like we've seen, like you said, the mirror matchup. Sid has changed out, and he knows it wasn't really working out for him, and the damage is just way too much to give up, right? And that flexibility of being able to bounce his shots off the wall and stay behind cover is just too tempting. King coming through, I think he's going to be able to get his ult up pretty soon. So is his opponent's round in the form of Lollipop, so that's going to help out, and we'll see how they use that wall to great effect. But you know, Shampoo does have the advantage early on. They were able to capture that first initial star, and that's going to allow them to just kind of sit back and relax, so they can go on the defensive right now at the moment. Have to be careful though. Namiruro working together with Chewy to zone out Lollipop. Lollipop able though with that photosynthesis shield to stay alive, but he's gonna go down pretty soon if he's not careful. He's gonna pop the defensive wall up, and the chase is gonna come out from Kaz right now. I think if then the time is gonna run out, and the chase will come out from Kaz pretty soon.
You can see that what they're trying to do. I mean, Chewy's the first Mr. P to come up with a super. Meanwhile, on the right side, Namiruro battling it off against Sid twice. None of them are really connecting their shots, though. The supers have been spent as well. They're just waiting for the reloads to come in, because once you spend all 3 of your ammunition, that's when Kaz has their opportunity to push up. And this is why they're already really comfortable into the Shampoo Bottle's domain. Still, they have the 1 star. The first elimination goes in really 1 minute into the game. That's Tired King with the first frag, but still, it's 3 stars to 2. 1 second left, and there is nothing left that Kaz can do. It just took a little bit too long. So now, sitting at the score is 1-1. Kaz to Shampoo Bottle.
Kaz, really smart play what they did right there. They just held out for the longest time, and once they've sensed that they knew that Shampoo were gonna turtle, and they knew that they were gonna go on the defensive, and once they felt that was happening and that they were starting to fall back, they immediately went for a really aggressive positioning. If you did notice that, probably around halfway through the mark, they started coming past their obstacles and started to go towards the middle, and they were getting ready for that push. So if you did notice that, you can re-watch the VOD and just look right at the exact moment when they decided, okay, we're gonna have to get ready for the push, and we need to get ready now, because if they started to push while they were behind the obstacles, there'd be way too much distance for them to have to cover, and also at the same time they wouldn't be in range to do any damage onto Shampoo. So that was a really important decision to make at the right time and at the right place to get into position and get into a posture where they were able to execute that final push and pick up those frags.
I mean, you have a great point there, but at the same time, the fact that the countdown was ticking, you know, when you push into your opponent's space like that, you might get the first frag, you have the upper hand there, but once you get that, it's time to book it. You got to get out of there, because once your opponents respawn, they come in with a trade, it's game over, and that's exactly what happened for Shampoo Bottle there. So right now the score is 1-1. Let's see what happens. So far the mirror matchup is very tight, very intense. You can see how both teams are just really trying to connect their shots, but at the same time playing it so safe. They're hiding behind the obstacles. They're trying to get their supers up, and once their supers come up, that's when the walls go in. That's when the Mr. P porter comes and starts spawning those porters, and then they will be able to push in through along with them as they get buffed. So it's this really even stale matchup that goes on across both sides. It's all about that one opportune moment, and that's what we're looking for here. So far, Kaz, they managed to find it, but then they kind of lost it towards the end. So in the third round, this is the one that decides who gets sent into the winner's bracket and who gets sent into the lower bracket.
Right.
So it's kind of tough here, man.
But comes the day, comes the hour, the superior team will rise to the top, and now it's a race to try and get to that star. Lollipop trying to rush to it to give his team that advantage, but Tide King is going to be able to pick it up. And so they will have the advantage, the early game advantage, but they're going very aggressive. Tide King super aggressive. I think he was trying to work together with Sirius because Namiruro, not Namiruro, sorry, Simp was very low on health already, and he was gonna go in for that jump. And I think they went for a sub, right? Sirius was subbed out with Namiruro.
Namiruro, that's right. And that's why we see the King Rico skin coming in, because this guy must be a really darn good Rico player. Look at how he's trying to bounce his shots off, the trajectory that they're going at. He's trying to connect his shots. He already has his super up, and this could be potential for big damage. Kaz, they already have the lead in stars because they picked up the first one, and now they're kind of relegated to the back because Simp twice is going and doing so much damage with his super. Still though, they narrowly avoid it. They're still very much alive. Tide King has the photosynthesis shield, and he is able to sustain himself because of that. Sirius looking for that one opportune moment. He locks down the left side. Simp twice still locked into the right side of the map, but not much happening so far. Here is the Mr. P Porter though. Chewy trying to push along with it. They're trying to take Lollipop down, I think, because that means no more walls, but at the same time, they have to be so careful. Simp twice is proving to be a very big threat for Kaz here.
And they are going to have to be careful because the chase is going to come. There we go, 10 seconds to go. And here we have them running all the way back. Oh, Sim! Lollipop has to be careful though. Here comes a shot through from Tide King. He'll pick it up, and that's going to be it. So Shampoo almost ninjaing it, but Kaz coming through with a ninja of their own, able to get that late kill on, and they'll pick up the round. So, wow, Kaz stealing it once again.
They steal it, and they get to proceed into the upper brackets. I mean, it was the same thing that happened on the second round, right? Shampoo Bottle were the ones to steal it towards the end. This time, the tables flipped over. So it's Kaz who managed to win out in the entire game here. They pick it up 2-1, both Siege as well as Bounty. So this gives them the right to move on into the upper brackets, but of course, thankfully for Shampoo Bottle, who put up such a good fight, they are not out of this month's tournament just yet. They are sent to the lower brackets, and that will be that for now.
So we are going to go for a short break. We'll be back with more Brawl Stars action. It's going to be Icy Doppin versus Cloud Gaming. Go grab a snack, grab a couple of drinks, and we'll be back with more action very shortly.
And welcome back to Barley's Bar. Of course, once again, it is the Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble. We are your casters. Hey, I'm Quack. Above me is none other than Death Adder / Phil. He's writing some notes down. He's always the meticulous one. So we're going to take a look at the updated brackets for now. We just saw Kaz face off against Shampoo Bottle. And of course, the score for that, as you can see here, is 2-1. And that is Kaz proving that they are the more dominant team. They did win the first place prize in the previous month's final. Although this time it's going to be Icy Doppin versus Cloud Gaming. What are your thoughts on this, Phil?
It's gonna be, I don't know, let me look through my stats. I think we haven't really seen Cloud. I don't think they took part. Oh, they didn't take part last month. The last time they took part in the competition, I think, was in October. We didn't see them in the November and the December finals. So they might be, I don't know. I really don't know. But when they were in the competition, they did get taken out by Cloud, Team 4, 2-0. They beat YMG. YMG's not in the competition. So statistically, or like in terms of past performance, I don't think they have really taken on anyone significant. So we could be surprised. I don't know, but in terms of pure like past results, I think IC do have the advantage. Coming into it. I mean, IC were the team that were able to dethrone Team Force, right, 2 months ago. So it's not going to be easy for Cloud Gaming, but they've been out of the competition for a couple, 1 or 2 months, so they might be able to come back and pull off a surprise.
They might be, but you know, stats are stats for a reason. And Icy Doppin, I mean, not only did they dethrone Team Force, they were also the second place winners for last month's Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble. So right now, I would say they are the team to beat. I mean, they have a very strong showing. They have a strong legacy in this entire Community Rumble. I mean, we've had Grasma Doppin, the sister or brother organization. So we know that they are a force to be reckoned with. Of course, though, going up against Cloud Gaming, I'd like to believe, right? Okay, maybe the clouds, you know, the summon some rain, some precipitation or something, and maybe melt the ice. Let's see if something like that can happen here. Of course, though, I think another interesting thing to note is that there are roster shuffles here and there in the entire community across all these teams, right? I mean, they were called INT Resonance. This time it's Hive Resonance, and I've been, just monitoring the chat. I think response from Team Force or PSG actually has been, he joined Hive Resonance now, so it's going to be interesting to see how that matchup plays up next. But of course, right now, right here, it's going to be Siege on some assembly required. We have a Lu on both sides, but it's going to be the trade that comes in first. Kid Drunken gets taken out. It's all up to Cryptic here, though. He will be collecting the bolts, but Mochi Ball takes him down, steals one back. They need to deal with a level 2 siege bot first.
They're freezing him. They're not going to have too many issues with that. And Mochi Boy's getting all his hits through. So they're going to freeze him right at the wall. And even without using his ult, he's able to pop him off. He is able to get like half a punch in onto the turret, so that's 2% damage onto Icy Dolphin's turret, but not too much of an issue. And now Cloud Gaming, they need to get back control, because at the moment Icy Dolphin, even though the 2 members are down, they're able to pick up 3 bolts. So Doc's doing really well on that front in the middle.
Okay, hang on a second. Wait, this is response right here that we're talking about. He is on Nita, and I think he's trying to do all the damage he can. They have the level 4 siege bot coming right on through, so then I said corrected. It's actually response who is in Icy Doppin right now instead of Hive Resonance. Of course, the bot is going right on through. The damage is going and piling on. They're down to 61% point. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, they weren't taking out the bot. I don't know what they were waiting for, but that has allowed the turret to sustain a lot of damage, and Dot Squid finally able to be taken out by Cloud Gaming.
Oh.
Trade of kills from Response and Cryptic. And the next siege is going to come in. Last siege coming in 7 seconds, and I don't think there's any way Cloud Gaming are going to be able to tie up the bolt count.
Yeah, it's going to be a level 9 siege bot to top that off as well. I mean, the only form of defense that they really have, I think, would be the Bear Guy. His super allows him to slow opponents down, but it's not quite enough. They don't have that many defensive options, so this is a foregone conclusion. IG Dominant practically taking home 1-0 right now. I think that's partly due, in fact, to Cloud Gaming's brawler composition. I mean, just look, we have an Ems, we have a B, and we have a Colt, and that is not enough, I think, compared to what we saw on IC Doppin's side. I mean, true to their name, they have the IC Frosty Lou, who we saw. I mean, he didn't even need to use his super to stun the siege bot as it came on through in the first phase. That was incredible.
Yeah, and if you notice what he did, actually, there's an interesting thing that he does with his ult. So when he's on the defense, right, he'll he won't use his super, he'll keep his super, he'll use his regular attacks to go for the freeze, because if he hits 2 volleys onto the bot, it's a guaranteed stun, guaranteed momentary stun. And what he's done is if that fails, then he pops the super to go for the slow and then the extra stun. On the offense, on the converse side of things, he actually keeps the super. He waits until the siege bot actually starts doing damage on the turret, then he pops his super. And that allows him to not only slow anyone trying to come in for the defense, but anyone who respawns is going to get frozen as well. And if you notice, that's exactly what he did. And it made it very easy for the siege bot to do damage, because they couldn't really body block, which was the most important thing onto the siege bot. But it also allowed his teammates to just pile on a lot of damage onto that turret as well, and also damage anyone else who was frozen in that super radius. So really good loot plays from him.
Really, it's just nothing short of greatness that we're observing here. Every time, I mean, I thought the meta would be that you use your super to slow the siege bot as it comes in, but in fact, you can use it offensively as well. So it's really interesting to see how these plays show up, but it's really tough days for Cloud Gaming. I think, you know, we're actually seeing Grassma Dobbin players in Cloud Gaming. I mean, Wiggly's Poo, you know, I miss that guy. Dot Squid is in there as well. And they're just having a tough time. It's the Lou brawler that is so tough to deal with, especially on this game mode. The crowd control that he has, it's undeniably strong. There isn't much that you can do once there is an enemy Lou. I mean, maybe if you have a Sprout, like, what are some ways you could counter a Lou?
You just need to prioritize him, target prioritize him. But you could go Barley. You can counter zone out with a Barley, because you can force him back and then be able to zone out your opponent as well.
That's kind of what I was thinking, but look at that, how he was able to stay alive just because of his shield. So it's going to be a level 1 siege bot that IC Dolphin gets. So they're pushing right on through. Now Cloud Gaming is relegated to play defense. They need to take this siege bot down, but at the same time, the Bear Guy is caught out in an open position. He's going to take shots all from Response and no G-Ball. That is quite a bit of damage, and he is going to go down. Of course, the supers have been charged up on the side of IC Dolphin as well. I mean, just look at how much control they have over the battlefield right now. They are up by 5 volts, and it's 0 for Cloud Gaming. Oh my god.
I think this is done. Like, this round's probably gone already, and Cryptic with the sad emoji, he knows the inevitable is coming through. Level second siege, level 10 bot, and that bot is not happy at all. Response has his bear ready to go, so he can pop his bear if he wants. Multi-boy also gonna have his all dot speed popping down the super as well, and that's it. Icy Doppin will pick up siege, and they'll take it 2-1 or 2-0. Sorry.
Yeah, 2-0. Jeez. This is, for all the months that we've been casting together, Phil, this is the first time I've ever heard you in that specific tone. You can hear the Cloud Gaming's defeat in your voice, just like, this is done. Like, you're a Destiny 2 player. I would think there was that Lord Shaxx fighting spirit somewhere in there, but it just goes to show how dominant Icy Dolphin was with that second phase, level 10 Siege Bot coming right on through. Nothing you can do there. You just, let's throw in the towel.
It gets to a point where you do the mathematical calculations in your head, and you're just like, it's done. Like it's not like there are hard situations to overcome. There's like tough situations. There's the impossible, and then there's miracles. So there's a very, very good saying were if you're very skilled, the impossible I can do now, but miracles take a little bit longer. And to them, they were just like, we need a miracle to take this, and there's no way we're going to take the round. So let's just wrap it up and head to Brawl and potentially have a better showing there.
And that is the strategy, as it were, right now for Cloud Gaming. I mean, it's game over, right? So put all your chips on the table right now. This is what it's all about. It's sneaky fields, it's Brawl Ball. This is the one to win. If they want a spot in the upper bracket and have an easy coastline all the way through onto the grand finals, they need to win this game mode. And right now, sneaky fields, Brawl Ball, it's going to be a little bit tougher. I mean, we saw the strategy that they employed. We had a B, we had an Ems, we had a Colt as well, but it just wasn't quite working out there. And of course, this is another kind of objective-based game mode, right? It's Brawl Ball. It's all about the ball and whether you can get it into the goal. How you control space is another very important point as well. So let's see how they play this one out this time. We have Anita once more. Hopefully the bear will be able to do something, but of course, look at the Byron players on both sides here. They're trying to zone each other out, they're trying to heal, they're trying to sustain themselves at the same time. Very even for now, but it's the first elimination for the side of Icy Dolphin. Oh no.
So Brawl already took Cloud Gaming. They were able to do that early block response. Very aggressive. And the Panda Bear comes through. They're going to get that shot. They're just going to walk it all the way in. And Icy Dolphin, just too strong, man. Just too strong. It's really hard right now. Cloud Gaming finding it very hard to adapt, even though they are, a pretty similar match. Yeah, it's a mirror matchup, actually. So they're both using the same thing. But, the bear guy comes in for the sub, I think.
I think so, right? I mean, you would think the bear guy would be the better Nita player, but right now it's actually response to his domination. I mean, just look at how strong and how confident he's pushing all the way into their spawn. Although, it's going to be the frag on the side of Cloud Gaming here. Mochi Ball goes down. It's all up to Response to defend. Dot Squid responds right on time, but Drunken is the one who sneaks it right by him. Dot Squid couldn't defend in time. So right now, score 1-1. One more goal is all they need to seal the deal, or blast it out long enough to push it into overtime where all the obstacles will be taken out.
All right, a lot of patience from Cloud Gaming. Now they're starting to find that second gear that they need to get into. They're pulling up their socks, and it's working out for them so far. The bear guy pushing down on that right flank, Cryptic with the clearance at the middle. Kid Drunken has the ult ready to go, so he can pop it right now if he wants, and he will. Mochi Boy gets dragged in. He gets taken out. Response is going to get wiped as well. Now they need to get that ball through to Drunken so he can take that chop, but the bear is there to block, so it buys him just enough time. And the reverse tower ult coming through doesn't do enough damage. It does now. Mochi Boy with the follow-up. And Icy Dolphin live to see another day as they respawn 15 seconds ago before we hit the overtime, and all these obstacles disappear. And Icy Dolphin, they're getting ready. They know it's coming, and they're going to get ready for those corner shots.
It's the obstacle's gone, and the super shot goes right through. And that is it. Icy Dolphin take it home. That was the whole game. Now they're already secured a spot in the upper brackets, and that's all they needed. They were waiting for that one opportune moment. You said it, Phil. Once the countdown is gone, obstacles disappear. All we need, super shot right into the corner. Game over.
Like you could see it. They knew where they wanted to go. You saw him went already right to the middle, just off center, so that he could take the shot on that right side. You also saw them get ready as well. And the minute the obstacles disappeared, bam, straight down. Tara on that bottom right corner pops the super. Anyone that was going to be there was going to die straight away. So there couldn't be any body blocks on that bottom right corner. Shot went through, perfect timing, easy goal. And that was it. Like, just masterclass of how to take a shot, to be honest, from IC Dolphin.
Yeah, I mean, you got to keep in mind, on the side of cloud gaming, they don't have the vision that we have, so they might not have known that IC Dolphin had those supers up and ready. So, it's really unlucky, really unfortunate that they weren't there to defend, and because of that, they're going to get sent down into the lower brackets. Really sorry, boys, but that's where you'll be for now. Of course, that was that for the entire second round of the round of 8. We're going to go on into the next team, and who are they going to be, Phil? Oh, there's one more.
It's one more round. So IC took that first round, so we're going to have one more round on Brawl Ball. But the next matchup after this will be Hive Resonance going up against J-Pod. So we haven't seen J-Pod at all in the competition. So maybe they're a completely new team. Maybe they're a mixed roster, some of the older teams. And Hive Resonance, I think we're definitely going to see a changed roster up for them compared to the INT Resonance roster.
Okay, this is interesting. I see Dolphin, instead of sticking with their previous Brawler composition, this time it's going to be sharpshooters. In fact, we have an 8-bit and a Colt and a B. All three are marksmen, and because of that, they're unable to defend. Cloud Gaming are going to get an easy goal right off the bat to start things off, and they have their supers up as well. I mean, just look at where Cryptic is. He's waiting for that one moment. Of course, though, it's going to be the Rattled Hive that pushes right on through. It's a lot of damage onto Drunken. They get the elimination, as this allows Squid to go all the way in. The respawn doesn't come in time, so right now, that's a very quick 1-1 on the scoreboard.
Yeah, way too much damage, I think. Like, IC Dolphin is just trying to stack as much damage as possible, and you can see if Respawn and Mochi aim for the same target, that's it. It's a GG. Early and easy kill for them, and that is what they are. That's what they're relying on, and they're sticking as a team right now. But they have to be careful, because if Kid Drunken pops his all just like that, they're gonna go down very quickly. So Response goes down. Cryptic with the pass to Drunken with that bottom corner shot, and we're at 1-1. So we're gonna go to a tiebreak on Brawl Ball. So Cloud Gaming, if they pick up this next round, they will also to a tiebreak round onto Bounty on XL. But if IC pick it up, then they move on to the next stage of the upper bracket. So interesting times we are in, Quack. Interesting times.
Very, very interesting indeed. I put my foot in my own mouth back there. So Cloud Gaming, they're showing up this time. Of course, I think it was questionable, right, for IC Dolphin to suddenly switch up their brawler composition. Of course, it was a lot of damage. I mean, like you said, if two of them focused all of their attacks on the single brawler, they're basically dead. But it didn't happen there. In fact, it's actually the teamwork and the passing from Cloud Gaming that allowed them to sneak that final goal into the post. So score sitting at 1-1. Let's see what happens in the third round. Maybe they'll switch it back to their original brawler composition. It's interesting to say the least. I was just way too hyped after the very first round, that one super shot into the corner that got me hyped up. So let's see if they can repeat that same magic right here in the third round.
Yeah, you had a really good remark actually when the game started, that they went up for the triple marksman build, which really didn't help them, and I think they're gonna revert back to their previous one, and that's correct. The response goes back to Nina. Mochi Boy also changing back. Dot Squid as well, going back to the Tara, that worked really well for them. And Response is not happy. He's coming in with the Nina. He's going very aggressive all the way through. Dot Squid helps him out, takes out the bear guy. And now the bear's gonna pop in. They've wiped everyone. And that's gonna be it.
Wait, what?
Body block from the bear guy and Cryptic, but it's not enough. Block the first shot, not able to block the second shot. And I see Dolphin go up 1-0 on the goal count.
You said it, man. Response is angry, and at the same time, Mochiball is supporting him. I mean, look at the heals that come through. Response is trying to build up his super right now, and once he gets that bear in play, it's going to be able to control so much space. There it goes. It's pushing that enemy Nita all the way back. Of course, it gets taken out, but that is time and space getting controlled by Icy Dolphin. All three are still very much alive. Kid Drunken gets taken out, but the bear guy, he's trying to sneak one right on by. Mochiball's there to defend though, so thankfully Icy Dolphin are still in the game. The score is still at 1-0, and right now, they're just taunting them. He's like, hey, you come out first because, dude, I'm not going to push into your spawn. Not like that, dude. Let's see what happens here. It's going to be eliminations on the side of Cloud Gaming. They're losing members. The Bears are dueling out, but it's not even a solution here. They need to spawn in just in time. They're coming back into play, but Kid Drunken gets taken out. This is a very big problem. They plug it into the corner, but is it enough, though?
The bear is just too strong. They can't deal with the bear. He's going to try and walk it in, but they'll be able to take him out. And, oh man, it took 3 of them to body block that shot, plus kill the bear. So, Icy Dolphin still in a superior position. Response will respawn. And he uses that World Finals emote that he has, that special emote that he got from winning. But the Drunken coming through, and they'll draw it up 1-1 on the scoreboard. So Icy Dolphin a bit sloppy right there towards the end, and that's allowed Cloud Gaming to call their way back into this game.
Okay. Still have the countdown timer in play. Mochiball already used his super. They have to be wary of Cloud Gaming's super. You can see that Cryptic is trying to aim it down. Kid Drunken has his up as well. Once he gets a big suction onto Icy Dolphin, that could be it. They lose one member outright. The bear coming in with the right flank, and that is a big team wipe. The bear guy shoots it in, and it is Cloud Gaming taking away Brawl Ball and pushing Icy Dolphin one step back. So now we will be going into Bounty, in fact. Impressive stuff.
We are going to go into Bounty, and so it's 1-1 on the match scoreboard so far. Bounty, this is where it gets interesting because, okay, what did we see usually just now? We saw on that map we had Mr. P, Sprout, Rico, and Rico. So, I don't think they're going to use that same strategy. I think Response is going to use something drastically different, and I'm going to be interested to see what he actually decides to do, because I think what they've done is they've built their strategy. From what I'm seeing, they've built their strategy around Response and the aggression that he's able to bring to the fore. So when they're able to substantiate and back him up, it's going very well. But when he gets isolated and they aren't able to get there in time and they aren't in sync with him, then that's where it's led to their detriment pretty badly. And that's where it's backfired when you center your strategy around one individual.
That's right. You have a very good point. It can't always be the Response show, and that's what happens. You know, once the supporting teammates are down, he can't really do much all on his own, right? And that's why we kind of saw, you know, the bear guy proved to be the better Nita bear player. The Panda triumphed over the Shiba Inu. But right now, it's Bounty, it's Excel. Like you said, it's probably going to be a different strategy. I'm not sure if they're going to go with the same sort of Rico strategy that we had earlier on. They might even go with something like a Piper, maybe even a Tick, because I see that's a very high pick rate of 11.0% among the entire Brawler board. So the Brawler roster, actually. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one plays out. Of course, they are probably going in with the bans and picks right now. Unfortunately, we don't have any information on that until we see what happens on the game screen. But this is the nature of bounty on XL, right? It's all about who has the initial stars, and then all you got to do is pretty much play defense. Let them walk into your shots. So picking up the first star could be crucial, as we saw earlier on, but at the same time, it's all about staying alive. You got to stay safe, play it really carefully behind the obstacles, and ensure that you're able to, take shots from behind cover. And that's essentially what you want to do. Of course, with an aggressive player like Response, it's going to be interesting to see how this one plays out, but you know what? We stand corrected because they're going with the exact same brawler composition. It's a mirror match once more. Sprout, Mr. P, as well as Rico.
Response is way more aggressive though compared to what he's seen, right? Like, he's not scared. He knows the limits. He knows the range. He also knows how far he needs to stick back to be able to sustain himself. And Kid Drunken also, that's allowed him space, right? They paused him. It's a great strategic play. They pass him around the corner, and then they can zone him out. Mochi Ball, after dodge speed, pushes him all the way back, is able to pick up that kill. Mochi Ball once again also picking up a second one after Response forces him there, and Response knows that the strategy is working out really well for them. Mochi Ball. Why do I keep saying Mochi Boy? Did we have a Mochi Boy, or was his name Mochi Ball the whole time?
Ball.
I think we've been calling him the wrong name the whole way, like since the beginning of this tournament.
You know what? Mochi Boy sounds a little bit nice at times as well, but it's really working out. They know that they've got this one in the bag. Look at how carefully they're playing this time now that they've got 5 stars over on 2. Cloud Gaming, they need to make a play here, but at the same time, they're walking into Mochi Ball's Sprout explosions. It's just a lot of damage, but this time Cryptic comes in with a trade. It's going to be the potion that does the damage onto Response. Still though, Dob Squid very much alive. He has the portals that are going right through. He has his super up as well. So does Mochi Ball. The wall hasn't gone up yet. He's just waiting for the moment. Here it comes. It blocks off the entire middle section. Now Cloud Gaming, they are kind of split up. They're staying on their side of the map. All they need is 1 kill on Mochi Ball, and that could be it, but they're unable to do so. 3 seconds left. They want to go in, but no, it's not going to happen. They come very close as Response falls, but it's 7-6. Not enough, and Icy Dobbin takes off the first round.
Too much health. He just has too much health. Like, he has what, 4?
And a shield as well, dude.
4.5k HP, and then you add the shield, which is probably like another, I want to say 500. Is it 500 to like 8? Let me check. But
something
like
that.
You just can't stop him.
And I think that
4.2k health, and then 4.2k health. Doesn't really say.
Yeah, I'm not really sure, but it generally protects.
Yeah, but it feels like 500, right? Like 500 to 800 health does that shield. So, yeah. Oh no! If the shield disappears after a burst, right? Like from a burst, right? Then generally that's around 1,000 to 1.3. I don't know. If you guys in the comments know, leave it there, and we'll pick up that stat. But we might be wrong. But I gander it's probably like 800 to 1.3k on that photosynthesis.
I'm not too sure myself of how the shield mechanics work, but your point is there. The fact that he has that pretty generous health pool on top of the shield, he's able to stay alive. And at the same time, I think it's this strategy that we're seeing from Icy Dobbin. Response, he was super confident at the start of the game, right? Super aggressive, but he wasn't really connecting his shots. In fact, he was just trying to flush them over onto Mochi Ball's side, where he was continuously lobbing spike over spike. They just walked right into his bombs, and that's why he was able to get those early eliminations. They were up by 5 big stars. So this time, maybe things are going to be a little bit different. Response is the one playing support this time on Byron, so it might be different. In fact, I am not entirely sure what they're going for. He is connecting some shots though, and he is able to provide some form of sustenance Of course, Icy Dolphins are the ones with the very first star, so let's see how Cloud Gaming replies here.
Well, the slowly but surely kind of just doing the same strategy right now, but response? What? As he changes up to, I mean, it's working, I guess. Dotspade gets a kill in response onto the bear guy. So that'll bring it a 5-0 on the scoreboard, and they're just going very aggressive. They're not giving they're not giving any territory up, and they're just pushing in very, very aggressively. So, what is that sound? Is it a response? That bell and that laughing.
Oh, the bell and the laughing comes from the porter, the little penguin that comes out.
Oh, the penguin.
Every time.
I've not heard that at all. I was like, what? All right.
It's super
well,
cute,
they
but
are
at the same
battling
time.
at it.
Right.
Yeah, there's two of them, right?
It can get buffed, and it essentially becomes a tank of its own. It does damage as well, and it seeks out whoever is closest to it, so it's able to do so much. I mean, just look at how many stars Not Squid has right now. That's 5. On top of his teammates, they're up by 12 stars now. Cloud Gaming is down to 3. The countdown is already coming in. There isn't much that they can do. They gotta get a kill on the Dot Squid, but it's not happening. Look at them. They're scrambling for just one kill, one frag, but it's not even close. Response was down super low, but he's not dead yet. And that is why Icy Dolphin are going to take Bounty all the way 2-0. And that was it.
That's it. That's all she wrote. And that is going to be a congratulations to Icy Dolphin. They go into the next stage of the upper bracket. Cloud Gaming not out of it just yet. They dropped to the lower bracket, but we'll be back with more action. It's going to be Hive Resonance playing up against J-Pod. Maybe an underdog story. We don't know what the switch of the lineups are for Resonance, and we've never seen the lineup of J-Pod so far, I think, at least. So we will be back after a very short intermission. Don't go anywhere.
welcome back. It's the Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble. What a match that was. I mean, I see Dompin fairly dominant, but at the same time, Cloud Gaming showed some signs of life towards the end at some points. But of course, unfortunately for them, they get sent into the lower brackets. They're not out yet, but let's see how that plays out for the rest of the day. For now, let's focus on this one. It's gonna be, correct me if I'm wrong, Hive Resonance versus J-Pod?
That's correct.
There we go. And, let's see how that plays out. I mean, it's the same 3 maps. It's still the round of 8. We're just, putting on our sorting hat. Let's see who gets sorted out into the upper brackets. Let's see who gets sorted out into the lower brackets. Let's see who goes to Slytherin, Gryffindor, or what have you. But for now, here it comes. It's just, okay, so it is Hive Resonance. They're the same INT Resonance players, but with the exception of Bill Nye, the science guy right here. Of course, though, the brawler composition right now is the same all across the board, as you can see. It's a mirror match. We have Lou, we have Rico, we have Nita, but for now, Hive Resonance are the ones in control of the game. They have the first elimination. It's Jay doing a lot of work with his Ricochet bullets. At the same time, Bill Nye, the science guy, he's got that crowd control every single time. The super freeze, he's controlling space, he's blocking J-Pod off. And right now, the J-Pod guys, I mean, they're looking pretty shaky.
They are, and the white golden skin that Orca is using is not really bringing them any good luck at the moment. So 12 volts up so far. It's going to be 13, 14, maybe even 15 volts early on, 16 now actually.
Oh my god.
And that's going to be a GG, I think. 17 volts.
Ooh.
Level first siege bot, level 17.
Yo, man.
That's it. It's over. It's done. Like,
yeah.
Well, they are body blocking pretty well. They get the stun in, but they have to deal with it. And while they're dealing with it, they're able to take it out. But Jay on the left side just pulverized it. Around 34 damage onto that turret, and they have middle control as well. So really well played, both sides. But it just seems like Resonance, they have middle control. They're not, when that attack comes through, they don't overextend. They don't use all their players and rush in. They stay behind the coral slash gearbox obstacles towards the top, and they make sure that they don't take any damage. So second siege, level 11, and there we go. They've given up. Have J-Pod, and we're gonna go into the second round on siege. And J-Pod are just right now taking time to kind of think over their strategies, and find a way to bring the fight back in the second round.
Once again, the Panda prevails over the Shiba Inu, and at the same time, like you said, Phil, say it for me again. What was it? What? Ong what?
Ong what? Yes, that's the Cantonese. The Cantonese kind of thing. Actually, I don't think it's Cantonese, but it's like more towards the Cantonese Chinese New Year side.
But yeah, I mean, it is that time of the year, we're coming right to it. Speaking of which, it's golden. We're wearing the same sort of golden yellow Brawl Stars shirts. It's really awesome. It's comfortable. It's big. I love it. It has Brawl Stars right in the center. And yeah, dude, it's not working out too well for them. That ong what strategy. This time, changing over onto the western side now. We've got Cowboys in play. Of course, though, I think it's still the strategy that Bill Nye has here. The fact that he was able to stay alive, I mean, look at that. Earlier on as well, when he was on Lou, he was just staying in the center, building up his super time and time after again, and lobbing it over. They are already walking away with the first siege bot. It's a level 3 one. And now J-Pod, they are playing defense. Once again, High Resonance, they are in control. I mean, look at where they are situated. They have control over the center of the map. J-Pod are playing defense. Rekt is trying to make something happen, but not quite connecting. He's not even forcing them back. I mean, look at how comfortable Jay and Bill Nye are.
And now Bill Nye, he does have his super. He's forced to run away though. and he wants to stay alive, but at the same time he doesn't want to get out of that mid area, but he has to because he's gonna get taken out if he's not careful. The bear is chasing him, everyone is chasing him, but he is able to juke his way out. He'll pop that super now, he'll stun Smiley Face goes down, and the bear is out once again for Rex trying to run away from Jay, but Jay is right on his tail, but now has to run away because the bear is onto him. And here comes the second siege, level 7 siege bot onto the turret of Hive Resonance. It's gonna do quite a bit of damage. Jay comes out, spawns, is able to body block by a bit. So it doesn't, it's not a complete disaster, but now they need to get back that middle control. If not, J-Pod are gonna get that last siege.
It's kind of a problem right now, but No Pink does have his foothold over in the center of the map, but still, 2 loose supers right on top of him. He cannot move at all. Jay gets taken out as well. It's all up to Bill Nye. What can he do? I mean, look at all 3 of them just bullying him in the center. Now they're coming in with a level 8 siege bot Bill. It's, man, wave the white flag. I don't think there's much that they can do at this point.
Oh, 12 seconds to go. J-Pod, they gotta make their final push. And Hive Resonance have to go for the counter 4 seconds, and that's gonna be it. So J-Pod, with a lot of patience, are able to secure the second round and bring it to a tiebreak on Siege. So they are not, you can't count them out just yet, and yeah, they're putting up a pretty good fight against Resonance, actually, all things considered.
It is a good fight, but at the same time, I mean, I'm just trying to really understand the thought process here. Over in the first round, Hive Resonance, they had the solid brawler composition. It was the exact same one that J-Pod had, but they came out on top. I mean, they were able to play it to their maximum potential, the way Bill Nye was using his super, just forcing them all the way back to their spawn. This time, though, they swapped things up, bringing in a Frank, bringing in a Jack, different brawlers that you don't normally see. Daryl as well. I mean, I love that brawler, but he's not doing too well here. This time they're bringing back the Lou, and hopefully it's going to be a little bit better. Jay is trying to get rid of some obstacles with his silver bullets so that the Rico isn't going to have that much free roam. But of course, it's Bill Nye trying to stay alive once more. They will be walking away with the first Siege Spot summon. It's a level 31, not too bad. You can see that Orca is trying to stun the Siege Bot, in fact, do a little bit of damage. They're focusing their efforts on that one Siege Bot right now. Of course, Rex is the only one trying to contest for space. Let's see if Hive Resonance can bring things back.
They're able to deal with the Siege Bot, so well, good work from J-Pod, but once again, Hive Resonance, excuse me, they are prioritizing that middle control because they know that first Siege Bot is pretty easy to deal with, and they're just gonna kind of be a bit more patient. They know that they lost that previous round by being a bit too aggressive, and so they're gonna be a bit more reserved right now and try to save the bolts up for level 2 and for level 3. So next Siege Bot goes through once again, and it's going to do a bit more damage, but it's still quite low level, so I don't think J-Pod are going to have too much of a problem with that. Problem for Resonance, though, on the other hand, is they are down by 5 bolts. So this last siege, they have to be absolutely perfect with that middle control to make sure that they are able to counter J-Pod and not give them that last Siege Bot.
Okay, not too bad right now. They have the 2-3 bolts, but here it comes. It's the bear again, man. It's so tough to deal with. Every time it gets summoned, you can just see the fear. They're coloring and running away, and of course the super gets deployed right now. It's J-Pod coming in with a level 9 Siege Bot. How do they defend against this? I mean, look at Jay. He's crying. He knows he needs to play defense. Bill Nye trying to body block it. No Pink doing what he can to stun it as well, but it's still the damage that has gone through. On the other side, J-Pod, not a single point of damage on their base, so Man, it's J-Pod walking away with the first game mode. Siege is game over, and now we will be pushing on towards Brawl Ball on Sneaky Fields once more.
Yeah. So, interesting, like J-Pod, even though the odds are stacked against them, they always seem to not panic. They're pretty calm, and they always find a way to counter, right? And that patience and that I think that collective confidence that they have, regardless of whether they are down early on in the match, is something that is going to help them out. In the next stages of this match, but I think ultimately, if they win this matchup, they are going to be they might be a favorite, actually, to be honest, to take this tournament, I think. And, residents aren't pushovers. The roster aren't like made out of brand new players. So if that's anything to go by, J-Pod, pretty impressive stuff.
Really, really impressive. I mean, they're going up against the Resonance team. I mean, we've seen them throughout this entire Brawl Stars Singapore community rumble. Jay is a very familiar, JT actually, is a very familiar face, very familiar name in this entire community. We see him play time and time after again, but this time, J-Pod, in fact, are able to show up the way they were playing. It's a very sound strategy, very sound brawler composition. It's just, I think, playing the meta. They weren't switching anything up too much, nothing too innovative, but at the same time, it's just a very, very solid strategy. Time and time after again, solid defense, right? The bot goes through, not a problem. We stun it, we super cool, we freeze, we crowd control and control space so well that the opponents just have no choice but to push off, fall back all the way onto their spawn, and they come in with a very last siege bot, the one that was so strong. There was nothing much that Hive Resonance could do there. That was only for a siege on some assembly required, though. This time on Brawl Ball, hopefully it's going to be a little bit different. Still, it's kind of a mirror match, not entirely, in fact, because we have Jay on the Jack, and he just comes in super strong, super hard. Doesn't have quite enough health to walk it all the way in, though. Bill Knight did come in with a very nice snipe, but right now it's the Rattled Hive that controls the space. Orca is trying to do his best as well. Although, man, Hive Resonance, I'm sorry, they're losing. They're actually getting killed here. Bill Nye comes in with one elimination, but it's not enough. Jay's the only one left. Noping comes in right on time, right on cue. But let's see what he can do. It's the bear from Wrecked, in fact, that comes off first. Still, they have control.
Wow, Jay is so much damage. So much damage from Jay. Sorry, but Jay just so much damage, chasing down two members of J-Pod, forcing them all the way back, and that's allowed Resonance to come through down the middle and establish a better position. So now all they're doing is they're basically just waiting for their super to come up. Jay has the super up already, and the bear comes through. They're able to deal with the bear, but Bill Nye with the knife. So that's 3-2 right here to get that shot in. Orca able to block it twice, but that third time Bill Nye comes knocking, and he'll score that goal.
Bill Nye comes noggin, and he's like, have you heard of our Lord and Savior science? Of course, though, it is Jay with a jackhammer that does so much damage. Like you said, Phil, I mean, he truly is the one to watch out for, but look at this pressure coming in from J-Pod. Two of them, Japanese guy and Wreck, they're just going in ham. Still, though, not quite enough. They're trying to stay alive just for their third member to come back. Orca, that is, into play. Still, though, no pink with the bear that comes through. He does get the summon. He is pushing on through. It's all up to Orca to play defense right now as his teammates respawn. Let's see what happens. They have control of the game for now. Hive Resonance sitting on a very comfortable 1 goal. Still, though, the super is in their pockets. J-Pod, let's see how they will deploy it. They suck Bill Nye in, but ooh, that's Jay. You gotta watch out for him. He's just going in super fast, super strong. Has his super. He goes in for the corner, misses. Oh no! Still, though, they have 1 goal, so they're very, very comfortable. And J-Pod, they know it's game over. They're just dropping their phones, and it is Hive Resonance walking away with the very first score on Brawl Ball.
Well, what can I say, right? Resonance definitely with the better experience, and that's shown, or that was shown, as we could see in that round. But whether they can sustain it and keep that pressure on, that's the question. J-Pod are very adaptive, as you saw on Siege. They can and they will wait you out and drag the match on, and don't give up all the way until the end. So that is I don't think they're too worried about it at this stage. And now you're definitely going to start to see J-Pod adapt. But if Bill Nye can keep those snipes up, I don't think Resonance is going to have an issue taking this match.
He is definitely keeping those snipes up. I mean, look at him. That's a double elimination. The ball is still in the center, but it's okay because it's a team wipe for the side of J-Pod. Rex comes back in time, though. Orca and the last member as well. They're still very much alive, but of course, let's see what Bill Nye can do once more. He's back in the game. Still has 2 more rattled highs, I think. Orca does use his Cooper, though, and that is Bill Nye. He gets taken out. He has it all. Let's see what he's going to do.
He should pop it now once the respawn comes in, but Smiley Face able to drop the J. The J goes down. No Thing's gonna pop that bear. A bit of a wasted opportunity there. I thought they could have gone for the shot if they wanted to pop that all down on middle and then perhaps No Thing go for the shot, but they decided not to. And whether they're gonna rue that chance that's missed is yet to be seen, but it could be their downfall in this second round.
I thought so too, but right now it looks like High Resonance actually a little bit tough. I mean, playing defense, Jay still has the pocket super, hasn't deployed it yet. I wonder what he's waiting for. Maybe he's waiting for just 2 at the very least to get sucked in. Of course, it's all about the team coordination, but right now they're getting cornered by Orca as well as Rex. Of course, Rex gets taken out. Right now, Jay's trying to play defense, waiting for Bill Nye to come back. I've been told in the chat that Bill Nye is actually Raz. But here it comes. It is the super that finally gets deployed. Orca goes down, and Bill Nye trying to connect his shots. Does get the shot onto Rex, who is down low to 1,000 points of health. No Thing comes back in time. He has his bear. Hasn't deployed it yet. If they can make something happen here, they want to gain control. Orca gets taken down, but still the ball gets passed over on the Japanese guy. He has the speed boost. He wants to walk it in. Jay plays defense, though, very well. The corner gets blocked. Ooh, what a play from Jay.
No Thing now on that left flank. Bill Nye trying to back him up. 13 seconds before the tiebreak happens. And that is going to force J-Pod to go on the defensive. They are on a defensive posture at the moment, and High Resonance just getting ready. They don't have any supers up though. Remember, J-Pod do have 2, so they can, if they can get a wipe in, if they can nail that, if Mrs. Smiley can nail it, they might be able to go in for the shot. Here they go. They get that opening snipe in. Jay Smiley Face is gonna pop that ult. He's gonna, he's still gonna stay there. He's waiting. He gets taken out though. Orca is gonna pop his ult as well, and he's not gonna be able to hit anyone. Gets the snipe off to Jay. Tries to get towards the ball, unable to do so. So now Orca will go down. Bill Nye is taken out as well, but he'll respawn on that right flank. Sorry, that is Jay. Jay's storming away. No Ping on that left flank. Here they go for that ball. Red trying to get it in, but he's unable to do so. Here comes once again another ult from Orca. Orca's gonna go down to Jay. Jay has the super up. Bill Nye as well. Bill Nye will pop his. He's up to take one out. The pass comes through from Jay onto Bill Nye, and Bill Nye will get that corner shot through. Bang! High Resonance taking it. And that's going to be 2-0, I think. They take Brawl 2-0, I think.
I think so, too.
I think they took it 2-0.
I'm not, I was just so enthralled by that one play, the pass towards the end, the overtime, that I forgot the score. So maybe it's a 2-0. I'm not too sure. Maybe Jen or production could correct us on that one. But wow,
I think it's 2-0.
What a play, man. Maybe you're right. Yeah, I think so. Jeez. Yeah, it's 2-0. We're going into Bounty on Excel right now, but oh my word, that pass towards the end, the overtime music is so intense. But of course, it is the teamwork from Hive Resonance that earns them that 1 round win that they need to push themselves into the 3rd game mode right here. That was intense. That was intense, Phil.
Yeah, I mean, they saved it and waited until it was down to the wire, right? So when he goes there, the margin for error is almost nil, and they were able to pull it off towards the fortunately for them. So we're gonna go to bounty. Score tied at 1-1. Remember, J-Pod taking siege, and you just saw High Resonance defeating J-Pod, and they picked up Brawl. So bounty last map onto XL. What's gonna happen? We do see the usual lineup of Mr. P, Sprout, and of course Rico. And then on the other side, it's the exact same lineup again as well. So three matchups in a row, we've seen the same lineup on this map.
That's right. I mean, hand me the keys because it's the usual suspects. Same mirror match, same brawler composition. It's all up to the mechanics and strategy of these teams to see who will come out on top. Of course, it's different from what we saw earlier on. I mean, from Response and Mochi Ball, the way they played, it's a very different from what we're seeing right now. In fact, this is a little bit chaotic, I think. I can't make out his or kills from this play right here. Look at them. They're just going in really aggressively, trying to connect their shots, trying to get the frags. Of course, it's J-Pod with the first ones, though. They have 5 stars right now, and James caught in a very bad position. He gets taken out by Wrecked, and now they are up by 8 stars. That's a 5-star difference. Bill 9 needs to make something happen here, but on the right side, it looks like Mr. Smiley is the one in control. Bill 9 is relegated to the back. It's a nice ball that gives them a brief moment of respite, but what can they do once it goes down? No Pink still trying to build a super up, but Wrecked is the one with the first quarter. It comes in, he's still summoning them over, and here it comes. It's the reply from No Pink. They're trying to see some space. They are only at a 2-star difference right now. Jay comes in with another wall. This separates them onto both the left and right sides as Jay continues to lob those seed bombs over.
It's tied at 8-8, like you said, so a lot of prosperity going for both sides. And the question is, who is going to be the most lucky? Who's going to be the most prosperous in this match? And it seems like J-Pod, with 5 seconds to go, have increased their lead to 14-8. And that's going to be it. J-Pod will take that first round 14-8 towards the end. Just too much aggression for Hive Resonance, or too much aggression from Hive Resonance, not enough composure, and J-Pod were able to sniff out the weak links in the chain of Resonance and very much dispatch them quite easily. So we're going to go into the second round with J-Pod definitely the wind in their sails, and they're going to be a lot more confident when we head into the second round on Bounty.
Yeah, but I'd like to think that, you know, they just wanted to keep it at that 8-8 score to stay in the spirit of the Chinese year that's coming up on us. Like you said, you know, a lot of prosperity going around. I wish prosperity to you, Phil. I wish prosperity to our viewers as well. And once again, this is the Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble, brought to you by Supercell as well as ESL Asia. We are your casters, Ham Quack, that's Death Adder. We're going back at it again. This time, though, Bill Nye swapping over onto Piper instead of Rico. This is going to be interesting. He needs to connect his shots. He needs to stay far away enough to do maximum damage. Of course, though, the double team takes Mr. Smiley down. That's the Rico getting taken out. Now they have the first elimination. Look at how comfortable they are. They just need to wait on back, as well as Bill Nye trying to continue to connect shots time and time after again.
And at the moment, they do have the lead, so they can just sit back and relax right now, because they do need to pick up this round to force it to a tie break. But they're trying to see whether they can push up, and J-Pod seem to be a bit more scared, but they could just be formulating and trying to get their ults up. Bill Nye has been hitting his shots, and the comments have said that Bill Nye is actually Raz, so not an unknown player. And he does have his super ready to go, so he can go a bit more aggressive and then use it to get out of danger, get out of the danger zone. And right now, bang! Here comes another shot through Brawl coming out from Jay. They're gonna push up here, and let's see how that works out for them. Bill Nye gonna get out of the mine area just in time, and so they do have the lead 5-0 to Resonance, and I think. I don't think you have to do that much. You just have to relax and sit back. You know, J-Pod aren't really ready to do anything. They don't have their supers up, and they're not able to get any hits in, which means the supers are not charged up. And that's just really smart play from Resident to just stay right out of the range of J-Pod. And because they don't have supers, they can't really do any wombo combos. So Resident will take the second round pretty easily, and we're forced to a tiebreak.
Forced to a tiebreak indeed. I mean, this is exactly what we want to see from Hive Resonance, right? Once they have that kind of, I mean, earlier on was really chaotic. You said they didn't have the composure. This time they kind of do. I mean, once Bill Nye or Raz, once he got that initial kill in, he has those stars. He's very, very comfortable. In fact, you know, when the double wall came up from both Sprouts, he used his Piper Super to blow them up. The obstacles were gone, and that meant that on the side of J-Pod, they didn't have any more cover. They were relegated to the back of their side on the map, and they didn't have the space to go in and get the range, getting close enough to do damage onto Hive Resonance's players. And this is what we want to see. This is why Hive Resonance came out on top of that round. But of course, we still have one more round to go to see who comes out on top. This is going to be the tough one. I mean, it's going to be so much damage, so much chaos, so many stars to be gained. Nothing ventured, nothing gained here. We'll see how this one plays out. I wonder if J-Pod are going to switch up their brawler composition, in fact.
I don't know. Again, like it seems that they're very reactive instead of proactive. So they always seem to need to either lose a round to kind of analyze what their opponents are doing, or they're always off to a very, very slow start in the early phase of the round, and then start to find their gears to come back towards the end of the round. And that's what we've seen so far, right? So I don't think a change of, unless they want to go super aggressive, which isn't really their style, I don't think a lineup change is really going to help them out. It's just a matter of execution.
You have a very good point there. I mean, they definitely aren't the most aggressive team. Look at how safe they're playing right now. But of course, Jay is the one who wants to sneak up that first star, but that is going to be the detriment to him because he gets fragged out as soon as he went for that 1 star. And now it's J-Pod sitting on a very comfortable 2 on top of 1 star, in fact. Jay still with the photosynthesis shield, though he is trying to do what he can. They get that frag back onto Mr. Smiley, and that is Bill Nye coming in with another frag. But then he rolls up the wall with his super. That's obstacles gone from his side of the map. That could be a big problem because they don't have any more cover. At the same time, though, it could be mobility and maneuverability that they're looking for. Now it's blown wide open. They could have a lot more space to connect stun shots onto J-Pod members. Have to be careful, though. I mean, just take a look at how Orca is playing all of those carrots that are being lobbed over onto the other side. They're kind of bunched up towards in the center. Meanwhile, J-Pod are spread evenly, and they're continuing to apply the pressure. Bill Nye once more staying alive, jumping away, using his parasol, but the damage is still going to go through. J-Pod needs to come up with 1 kill here, just 1 to stay on top.
Yeah, and I think they're just going to be a bit patient, right? But Jay, as he comes around the corner, says, no, no, no. We'll pick up that kill and bring it to 6-2 on the scoreboard. So Residents are very, very confident right now. They're just chilling behind the obstacles. Now, I think what you're going to start to see is them fall back, and that's a good sprout wall coming out from Jay to make sure that he has some cover down on that middle section. 10 seconds to go. They'll pick up another kill, bringing it to 10-2 on the scoreboard in favor of Residents, and Residents are going to probably take this, I think so. And they will. Yep. So they'll take Bounty 2-1. So congratulations to Resonance. They move on to the next stage of the upper bracket. And J-Pod, not out of it just yet, will force to be put down into the lower bracket. But they still have a chance to make it through if they beat everyone. And that's a problem to think about later on. But they're definitely going to have to, in their heads, re-strategize and figure out how they're going to pull it off. But I don't know. Any thoughts on that matchup, Quack?
I mean, pretty impressive. J-Pod, we haven't really seen them before, I think, but they came into this one fairly strong. They took down Hive Resonance very well at times. I mean, in fact, I think this is the first time in months that we've had a round of 8 that ends up in a lot of 2-1 sort of, like that sort of score. Right? I mean, usually it's a very, one-sided match. It's 2-0, and then they just move on into the next round. This is 2-1 for 2 games in a row now, actually, on both for these 4 teams that we've just watched. So really, really good. I mean, they're starting to get a lot more closer. Like you said before, the skill gap is closing in. A lot of these teams are starting to show up as well, even though we haven't seen much of them before. This time, though, we have one more matchup up next in the last round of 8 matchup. And who are those guys, Bill?
I think it is. I didn't catch, but it's Suya, and we've just been told it's Teddy, Dancing Teddies. Yeah, Dancing Teddies versus Suya. So that's going to be the last matchup. But we'll go to a short break, and we'll be back with Dancing Teddies versus Suya, the last matchup in the upper bracket, round of 8.
welcome back. It's the Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble, and this is the final matchup in the round of 8. We're done with our sorting hats after this one. Let's see which team is the one that gets sorted out into the upper bracket or the lower bracket. It's gonna be Dancing Teddies versus Suya, neither of which we have ever seen before, I think. I mean, I don't recall a Suya or a Dancing Teddies, but you know, who knows what's going to happen, right? I mean, so far today, we've seen quite the fair share of Nita players. The teddy bears have been doing so much work, controlling so much space, pushing people all the way back because they're just so terrified of that one bear. This time, though, of course, we're starting off with some assembly required on Siege, and this is the one where we keep seeing lose on top of lose, and it's just so strong the way they're able to crowd control. Any thoughts on these teams, Phil?
At the moment, Dancing Teddy versus Suya. No idea. Like, we have no idea what the lineups are. We've seen Dancing Teddies once, but like very long ago. So it's hard to tell. And like we've said, I mean, this generally in esports there's very, very little data, but then when you come to the community tournaments, a lot of times all these teams are very brand new because you see a lot of teams out of rotation, you see a lot of roster mix-ups, and sometimes, you know, teams might qualify for just one tournament every few months. And so let's see how it goes. We're already into the match, Dancing Teddy versus Suya, and at the moment, Dancing Teddy is with the lead on the bull count, 2-0.
Oh my god, that is quick. I mean, I wasn't expecting this, but look at Suya. They already have their sweet spot in play. Of course, though, Dancing Teddy's putting up a fairly decent defense, but they just let that siege bot sneak right on by. Mini is just not doing well enough. I mean, it looks like he was really down low. Of course, the super was in play as well, but right now, Suya is the one in control of the center of the map. Of course, though, they did get frozen, and I think Shrive just kind of got stunned for a second there. The Rattled Hive does so much damage. You always have to watch out for that one mechanic, that one gadget. Right now, Suya up by 6 stars, make that a 7 if Bedcrumbs can get his in. Looks like it doesn't happen, but Duke King, he wants to get in the kills. He wants to build up his super for the final upgrade. Doesn't get it in time, gets taken out as in fact. So it's all the Mini as well as Halos to defend and hold off this siege spot, but it does get a couple of punches on onto the base, down to 57%. Look at what Bedcrumbs is doing as well. This is very smart. Breaking those obstacles so that the siege bot as well as his own team has opened up these line of sight onto the Dancing Teddy's base. It's easier for them to do damage now.
And they're showing Suya really giving a good showing in this matchup so far. Halo's coming down through the middle, trying to get to those bolts. No, he's not trying to get to the bolts. He's just trying to get to the turret to kind of do some damage. But level 10 siege bot on its way, and it is angry, man. It is not happy at all. And that should be the first run down pretty quickly once the bot tops the freeze.
Not much you can do there other than duck away into safety and go back to the drawing board. Think about what you're gonna do for the next round once that happens. So it's really tough, but this is why I always love asking you questions, Phil. You have a lot of years of experience of casting under your belt, and I think, you know, you kind of have a knack for figuring out these statistics and understanding whether teams are going to be in a good position or not for their matchup. And this is why Dancing Teddies and Suya, we haven't seen them much. In fact, pretty much haven't seen them at all. But just based off of this one round, what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on the play styles that we've seen so far?
Like, I mean, the thing about Suya is they came out of the blocks very, very aggressive, and they were able to keep that aggression off. But they did realize also that it's an objective-based kind of map, right? So they eased off for a bit, went to get the bolts. The other thing about when you play against teams that are completely unknown, the stats are pretty much against you because you have no intel about how you have no intel about the lineups. You have no intel about how the team plays. You have no access to any information about them, and so they kind of get this thing where people always harp on about like beginner's luck, beginner's luck, beginner's luck, and the reason about it is not so much of luck. It's just that the team that comes in, nobody knows anything about the team. But conversely, on the other side is the team that comes in, they have nothing to lose and they don't really have any reputation or any expectations. So they're able to play a bit more freely. They're able to play with more confidence. And they're generally just able to have more fun, to be honest. And with that, the enjoyment of the game really comes, you play your best when you're happy. You play your best when you're most relaxed. And that's really what's happening with Suya now. But right now, they go up against their first challenge, which is this level 1 siege bot, or this level 2 siege bot on the first siege. And it seems like Dancing Teddies have seen, they kind of see the chinks in the armor, and Suya now have to adapt.
Yeah, and it's a little bit tough for them to do so right now. I mean, we can see the Dancing Teddies doing as much as they can, but at the same time, Suya, all three of them are bunched up together. They're focusing their attacks onto whoever they can see and spot out. Right now, they're up by 3 volts. Meanwhile, Dancing Teddies on the 2, make that 3 right now. So the difference is fairly clear. Both teams really neck and neck right now. 4 to 4 bolts, but of course Suya is the first one that gets their bot into play, and it's pushing right on through. But Mini coming in with a defense. The bot is stunned and stopped as well. Halo's really low on health, so they're unable to actually stop it in time. Still though, it's 88% to 55%. A lot of prosperity still, but 5s as well, so that's laughing for our Thai community if there are any Thai players here. But so far, so good. Dancing Teddies, they're very, very comfortable right now.
They're cruising, they're on cruise control, but remember, they're not out of the tank just yet. Amo with the pull onto Noob King. Noob King will go down, so that's good news for them. And remember, the last siege comes through, so they have a level 9 siege bot. Now the question is, can they put up a substantial fight? Halo's almost going down. New King taking a lot of damage as well. And remember, he has down ranks as well. The flare is going to come through. It does help them out just a bit. Now Suya, they really need to push through now to get a couple of hits onto the turret. They're able to do so. Now it's down to 45% health. And I think Dancing Teddies have realized there's no way they're going to get to the other side. So Suya, they'll pick up that second round, and they pick up Siege 2-0. So already off to an impressive start. They kind of fell back on hard times, but they're able to claw their way back in.
Super close, but no dice for the Dancing Teddies. I mean, if they just managed to take that siege bot down before it even touched their base, I think they could have gotten away with something there, but it just wasn't to be. They lost it, and that's Suya picking up this very first game mode. So we're moving on into Brawl Ball on Sneaky Fields once more, and this is the one that we always see the Nita players showing up really, really well. I mean, once they get their super, the bear comes into play. It's just tough days for the other team. So I don't know, can the Dancing Teddies live up to their name of the Teddy Bears? I don't know if that's gonna work out, but we're just gonna have to wait and see. I mean, right now, I don't know about you, Phil, but to me, it definitely looks like Suya is in the driver's seat, right? The way they're playing, they know when they have to control the map. They know when they have to go in aggressive and take those pulls, control the space. Meanwhile, Dancing Teddies, it's just, I don't know, it's a little bit iffy at times. It just kind of seems like they're going with the flow.
Suya knows that once they get the advantage and the upper hand on them, Dancing Teddies will kind of crumble. And I think that's the difference in that Suya they're not like super powerful, right? They're not super gifted. Just that they're able to synergize at the right time, and they're able to work together to get to that common goal. Whereas Dancing Teddy is like, if you isolate one of them, the kind of strategy that they have starts to break apart. And when that happens, it doesn't matter whether you're like a really, really powerful team or whether you're you could be even a mediocre team. And once you find that crack, right, it's hard because you essentially come down to a 3-2 or maybe even a 3-1 situation, and then it just starts to snowball down. And the big thing about that is once it starts to snowball, you not only are able to get that advantage and make your push or whatever, but then you're also able to completely disrupt your opponent's game plan, which gets into their heads because you just one, they need to respawn, right? Two, they need to deal with their emotions, and three, when they're coming back into it, they need to like restructure their game plan and get back into the mode. And a lot of teams have trouble doing this. And the thing in Brawl Stars is you don't have a lot of time to make that adaptation.
You definitely don't have any time whatsoever. I mean, just look at this. Right off the get-go, already 2 eliminations, and Bitcrumb just sneaks it right by. It's another corner shot, and Halo's unfortunately unable to defend. And this is just a really, really tough game. Just look at that once more. Amo and Bitcrumb, he's just going in. Mini tries to connect the shot. He does get CY down though. Let's see if Bitcrumbs can open things up. He bricks open the entirety of those crates, those obstacles right in the front of the goalpost. And that opens things wide open. Let's see if Suya can sneak a shot right through.
At the moment, they do have that first goal, and that's going to allow them to put some pressure on the Dancing Teddy. Dancing Teddy's very low on health, so there you go. Halo will go down. Halo's stats go down. And Mini is on a sliver of health as well, but we'll be able to get the snipe onto Breadcrumbs as New King comes through. So Amo goes down as well. Problem is, the ball is right in the very corner of Suya's half of the field. So they're going to be able to just chill out and wait until everyone respawns. And CY, World Pop is special now. So Halos goes down, New King goes down as well. So now they should start to get the ball over. Or the strategy maybe is just wait for overtime.
Certainly looks that way. I mean, they're just parking the bus, sitting comfortably. Meanwhile, it's all up to the Dancing Teddies to actually push on through. In fact, I mean, Amo and Bedcrumbs are just doing so much work at the same time. CY with that one super able to control 2 of his opponents. It just does so much. And Halo's, Mini, and New King, they're having a tough time trying to find an answer to this, though. It looks like New King wants to take CY down. He knows that he is the Kingpin, but unable to do so. And it's just CY, Bedcrumbs, and Amo. Look at them. The movement, they're celebrating. They're dancing, in fact. And Mini goes down as well. The way they're able to kind of pincer maneuver around these obstacles and take down single members. New King does get the 2 eliminations back there, but because of the way the ball was parked in the corner, not much they could do there. Really unfortunate, but that's going to be Suya taking off the first round in Brawl Ball.
Yeah, very smart from them to, you could see it, once again, like, if you look at it, right, like you can see Suya towards the middle and the end of the match parked the ball in the corner, and they knew their game plan. They stuck to the game plan. They trusted the process, and it just worked out for them. And they allowed themselves to cool off. They were getting sniped. They were dying, right? But they didn't allow that to get to them. And when you take out that aggression that Dancing Teddies had, they just didn't know how to respond. So they were forced to play to the tempo that Suya did. And it works out, right? When you are more comfortable, when you are more relaxed, you're able to execute your strategies with a clearer focus, with less pressure on yourselves. And that's how it worked out for Suya in that game.
Yeah, truly. And I mean, to all those watching, if it sounds like we're trying to hype up Suya so much, it's basically what Oliver said in the chat, or Revelo. He said, if you say the wrong thing, they will sue ya. Okay, so I don't know. They're doing a very great job right now. Dancing Teddy's having a tough time, in fact, to adapt to Suya's offense. I mean, in fact, they're actually taunting the Dancing Teddies. The way they're moving and spinning around. Oh my gosh, it's let's keep this civil and friendly, guys. All right, but This is a very, very strong showing. The way that they're playing right now, it's really unstoppable. The way they are able to coordinate their attacks onto single members, and in fact, parking the bus in that one little corner. So I don't know about you, but I think Dancing Teddies, they might need to switch up their strategy here. They might need to go with a counter brawler composition or something, because right now the way that CY is able to control players, control members on the board just with his super alone, and not to mention his teammates supporting him, it's really tough to deal with. They need to either break obstacles open and start getting some damage numbers in, or go in with a really quick mobility, like what I think one of the New King was trying to do with Max, but so far it's not working out.
I mean, there's not really much to say, right? We've done all the analysis, and it's really up to Dancing Teddies to step up at the moment. They're not out of it just yet, right? Like they're only down by a round, but they need to step it up by a huge amount if they want to stay in the upper bracket and not get knocked down.
Well, let's see. It looks like the Dancing Teddies are sticking to the same brawler composition. Meanwhile, Suya has swapped on over. We do have a bow in play, which is kind of unusual to see in Brawl Ball, but either way, right now it's Dancing Teddies in control. They want to get a shot in, but still they need to break these obstacles down. They need to kill the Suya players. Unable to do so though, as CY comes back into play. Bitcrumbs just taking both players out, in fact. Wants to shoot the porter summoning thing down, and he does manage to do so. Right now, Suya once again in control. Breadcrumbs sitting very comfortably, waiting with a silver bullet. Narrowly misses, but still damage is done and opens up obstacles once more. Mini XE trying to push on through. Tribe Halos on the back to support as well. They want to break open those mines. New King, though, doing a lot of damage. He's sustaining damage as well, in fact. Using his super, breaking open obstacles. He wants to open things wide up. And let's see if they can get some shots through.
At the moment, a lot of obstacles taken out, as you very wisely pointed out, and all the mines are for naught because Mr. P for Dancing Teddies, you know, his penguin spawner is able to trigger all those mines. So Halos is back out once again. He gets a shot onto ammo, a lot of damage there. Another shot lands on ammo, and now the aggression starts to come through. So turret is out, the bear is out as well. All that pressure coming through, and Suya are buckling under it. So a bit of a spinneroo from Halo. A bit of inspiration from Booker T, and he's able to pick up that first goal.
Okay, first goal. Let's see if they can continue with this forward momentum. Still, though, it's a lot of damage on Suya's side. I mean, just look at that. Complete team wipe, and they're going to do the same spin right back at them. Ooh, this is proving to be a very... Man, I don't know what the word is. A very aggressive game. Right now, countdown timer is in play. Of course, those obstacles are going to disappear. Let's see if they can wait this one out long enough. Still, though, Dancing Teddies, they're losing their members. This is not good. Countdown timer, 2-1, obstacle gone. New King is the only one to defend. And it looks like he's unable to stop that free shot from going on through. And that is Suya going on non-stop. They take every single game mode just like that. Incredible.
It is. So we are going to go into one more, the second round of Brawl Ball. And yeah, I mean, if that's, it was very close actually. Like it wasn't too far away either side. You know, 1-1. Suya just got the better of Dancing Teddies, able to hit their shots, able to have better positioning in that sense as well, and got pretty fortunate, I think, with that second goal to take that first round. But again, it's anyone's game as we come into the second round. We might see some substitutions come in. We might see a brawler lineup change, perhaps. Well, it was interesting to see that Suya went for the marksman kind of lineup and still were able to execute it and deal with that upfront kind of pressure that Dancing Teddies had in their lineup. So whether they can pull off the same thing, that's we're gonna see in a couple moments.
Yeah, man, I don't know. Was that it? Because Suya was just. Hang on, was there a first round, if I remember correctly?
I don't think so.
Maybe
I think
not,
that was
but
yeah, that was the first round. So because it was 1-0, 1-1, and then they got the tiebreak as well.
right. Okay, but either way, right now this is an unstoppable Suya, and Dancing Teddies are having a tough time. I mean, they did manage to get that one goal in the very first part, but towards the end, I mean, just even looking at how confident and how comfortable the Suya players are, the way they were spinning around, and even just waiting for the obstacles to disappear, they knew that they had that one in the pocket. They knew that Noob King was going to be unable to defend, to block the goal at all because of, just the movement speed of Colt and knowing where the corner is exactly and how they were going to shoot that in. It's just really, really tough to counter these sorts of plays, and that's just the Suya strategy, the Suya strength that we're watching right now. So I really don't know how Dancing Teddies are going to come back from this. It's really tough, but I do believe in them. I hope that they can pull something off. But, oh, so that was actually a 2-0.
Oh,
That was
okay.
a 2-0, Phil.
So
And man, that is unfortunate for Dancing Teddies. Pardon us, we're just trying to get our heads into the game right now. It's still early days. This was the fourth matchup, and that was a 2-0. That was a 2-0. There is no bounty on Excel for either of these teams. Dancing Teddies sent into the lower brackets by Suya. 2-0. The only 2-0 in the round of 8 so far. I mean, if we saw the updated brackets earlier on, it was 2-1 all throughout, up till this very point where Suya got a 2-0. We're gonna go next into the upper brackets, round 1, where Kaz will face off against Icy Dompin. I believe that's the first and second place winners of the previous month's final. Let's see how that one plays out. Don't go anywhere, guys. We're gonna duck away for a second, and we'll be right back. And welcome back to the Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble January Finals. And we just saw Suya versus Dancing Teddies. Really aggressive on both sides. Suya a little bit more aggressive than the other team, spinning around and whatnot. But right now, it's going to be Kaz versus Icy Doppin, the first place winner for the previous month's finals, and the second place winner for the previous month's finals. Let's see who comes out on top this time. It's the upper bracket round 1. Whoever loses this gets sent into the lower brackets, and of course that's going to be, a full journey on its own. But without further ado, right, let's start off. The very first game mode is going to be Gem Grab on Crystal Arcade, followed by Heist on GG Mortuary, and lastly Brawl, if it goes to that, on Super Stadium. Phil, they asked us for our the social media post that they wanted to make what our favorite game mode was, and we both said Jam Grab. What was your reasoning behind that?
It's just a really strategic game. It's all about map control. It's all about spatial awareness, and it's also about keeping your eye on the objective. At the end of the day, also, like, you always have to be very active, and like I feel like it's the most challenging mode in Brawl Stars because there are so many factors to take into account when you play it. So we're gonna go to the brackets right now and just give you a bit of a showing of what's gonna happen. So I think today we finish off after upper bracket round 1. So Kaz versus Icy Topping, Highest Resonance versus Suya, and then we have the lower bracket round 1. And then if I'm not wrong, maybe that's where we end for today. I could be wrong. We might go low bracket round 2, perhaps. But we'll worry about that later on. It's Team Kaz versus Icy Doppin now. Best of 3 series, and then it'll be Hive Resonance versus Suya.
Yeah, so without further ado, we're going to jump into the game pretty soon. Kaz versus Icy Doppin on Crystal Arcade Gem Grab, our favorite game mode. We talked about our favorite game mode. We haven't talked about our least favorite game mode. For me, that's going to be Siege. We just saw it. It's a fun game mode to play, but I only dislike it because it's that game mode where if you kind of lost your foothold, you kind of know you lose. It's demoralizing. There isn't much that you can do. There isn't a place for you to come back into the game. It's pretty much game over, and we saw that a lot earlier on. Once it goes into third phase, there isn't much that you can do. It's kind of like, I'm just going to put my phone down and I'm going to duck away and play with my ducks or do something else. And then come back once I reach that game over screen. But this is not Siege. This is Gem Grab. This is Crystal Arcade. And looking at the layout of the map, it's a little bit more open. You've got those 4 boxes, 4 sort of 4x4 obstacles in the center of the map, as well as the 2 bushes on both the left and right side. It's a fairly interesting map. I haven't seen this one too much, but I think just judging by the pick rates, Poco, Edgar, maybe even Immortus are very favored brawlers on this map just because of how open it is, and you might want that extra mobility. It is Gem Grab after all, so it's all about how you control the center of the map as well as steal them from your opponents if you can do that.
That is true, and Yeah, Crystal Arcade is one of those where Pam is really handy, if I'm not wrong. Let me have a look.
I think so too. You know, my
Yeah.
favorite brawler is Pam. She's thick.
Yeah, I
she
like Ice
attack-
Sword. Yeah, Ice Sword, Crystal Arcade. I think in general, right, just gem grab, like having a Pam is really important. Like
She's my
because you
favorite.
do you need something to sustain, and Pam is usually like the ultimate choice at the end of the day, as long as you can hit your shots. That's the only caveat to Pam as a brawler choice.
You gotta hit your shots. I mean, the way her sort of attack range works, it's this little like cone of attack in front of her, right? And you know, it might not always be the most damaging brawler, but it's a wide range of attack. At the same time, it's kind of suppressive fire because people see those bolts, the scrap metal being lobbed forward, they're just gonna avoid it. And at the same time, if you hit, which you probably will, one or two, right? You build up your super, you get that sustain up, you're a walking tank at the same time. It's just a very versatile brawler all throughout. She protects, she attacks, but most importantly, she thick, all right? As Oliver so adequately pointed out on Twitter. But of course, I mean, we're gonna cleanse away all the toxicity, and we're just waiting for the players to ready up and get into the lobby. But for now, once again, Crystal Arcade Gem Grab. This is the Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble, brought to you by Supercell as well as ESL Asia. That's the channel that you're watching this on. Like the page, subscribe to the YouTube channel to keep an eye out for the next month's Singapore Community Rumble, as well as show your support. I mean, if you want to play, the ESL Asia Discord is up somewhere on the Facebook page. You could join in, you could participate, play in the monthly qualifiers, and that's how you earn a spot to be featured in the monthly finals as we see right here, right now. So, you know, we want to see this Brawl Stars Singapore community grow, don't we? So let's get players in, you know, let's be friendly, let's not be toxic, no spinning around here. Let's just get more players coming in, and then we will be able to have a lot more Brawl Stars action as we're seeing right now. Nami Ruro, unfortunately, going to take a little bit of damage. Of course, though, we have Byrons on both sides to provide that sort of support. Interestingly enough, Mochi Bold actually going for a sort of tanky but close-range brawler. Rosa, in fact. He has that grass patch that he can summon using his gadget. So he's going to have that little bit of sustainability, hiding over on by the left side, pocketing 2 gems. Dotsquid's doing some work as well. I mean, just look at how the entire IC Doppin team are doing. They have controlled so much space. And just because Dotsquid's porters are pushing through and he is buffing them up with his gadget, it's doing so much work. Kaz, a little bit shaky right now. In fact, Nami Ruro having a little bit of a tough time connecting a shot on 8-bit.
At the moment, they are 1 gem away from starting the countdown, and they will get it right now. So Team Kaz have to go for the chase. IC Dolphin have to... They need to make sure that they protect the response, and that's what they're doing right now. They can sacrifice anyone else. The Dogsky is just going to go on the offensive, because he only has 1 gem, and even if it dies, it doesn't really matter. And IC Dolphin will take the first round pretty easily. 11 gems to 0.
You said it, Phil. Pretty easily. And, you know, I think it's that strategy that we're watching right here. We joked about this last month. Byron is kind of like Anna from Overwatch. At the same time, it's this same similar sort of support DPS tank strategy that we're seeing here, right? I mean, we have Mochi Ball on Rosa, and he's basically the tank. You know, he walks in, he has his super, his shield up, and it just absorbs so much damage. He walks on through. If he gets down low, that's where the Byron player steps in and gives him the heals that he needs. At the same time, Mr. P, he's doing damage. It's long range. He summons his porters, and it just consumes so much space. And unfortunately, it just seems like the other team isn't able to do much there.
Aggression, sustain, support. Like that's all you need on Gem Grab. And
It is what it is.
I see Doppin, they're scooting Kaz once again, and I think if I go back and flip to the previous month. They earlier in the month for the December finals, they dropped Team Kaz 3-1 in the upper bracket, and then they lost the Team Kaz 2-1 in the, or 3-1, sorry. They lost to Team Kaz 3-1 in the grand final. So we might see a repeat, right? Like IC Dolphin. Maybe they're gonna knock them down once again, and then we see something else happen in the grand finals. Who knows? It's anyone's guess. But at the moment, IC very, very confident, and I think they're gonna stick to the same game plan.
Oh yes, you know, like what the people in the chat are saying, I want to see Response go up against players from Suya, because let's see how this OG, you know, PSG Pro can school these new players. Of course, he's doing a very good job supporting his teammate right now, but it looks like Mochi Brawl will be the first to fall. Of course, though, Response still pocketing these 3 gems. Look at how he's dodging these shots from Nami Ruro and the Tired King from Team Cash. He's dodging them like Neo from the Matrix. The way he's able to dance back and forth and just he's staying alive still. Not a point of damage onto him. At the same time, Dot Squid is just connecting his luggages, and he's building up his super as well. Kaz, oh man, it looks like they're unable to do anything here. Response able to heal himself anytime he wants to as well. There he goes, pops the gadget, stays alive very narrowly, almost gets killed by the opponent's Byron. But of course, they are up again on 8 gems. All they need is 2 more, and the countdown timer is going to start ticking.
They have it taken away, and like you said, as you say that, now here we go, 15 seconds on the countdown timer, 12 gems to 0. And if we don't see any aggression, it's going to be it. Nami Ruru will go down, or will be able to pick up 1 frag, but it's not going to be enough. They're not going to be able to pick up Response, who has everything else on him. And that's going to be it on Gem Grab. IC Dolphin, they pick it up 2-0, and we head into Heist.
That's a big yikes. We're going to head right into Heist. It was a 2-0. Let's see if Team Cash can pull any magic tricks out of their top hats. It's Heist. It's GG Marjorie, in fact. We have, I mean, just take a look at the map layout again, right? It's that sort of zigzag, the same symmetrical sort of map layout on both sides. We have the river in the center, and this is where I think we've seen before rocks can be fairly strong. If you stay over on your side of the river and just continue to shoot rockets right on through, or maybe even teleport over if you're playing someone like Surge, or if you're rocket jump over, stuff like that really plays off very well on this map. Of course, you could blow up obstacles as well, but it looks like the meta has shifted quite a bit these days. So I'm curious to see how these teams are going to play this one out. Of course, though, the 8-bit doesn't work out so well as we've seen so far on Jam Grab. You just move a little bit way too slow unless you have the right composition, unless you built up your supercharge enough that you get your damage booster and movement speed booster up, then you are able to balance things out a bit. But if not, it's tough days for sure.
Yep. So Heist is it's slightly different from Gem Grab, right? You have to. It's not about all-out aggression. It is about a balance between, you know, when do you push, when do you not, when do you flank. Specifically, also how do you zone out your opponent, because you either go in for the all-out aggression, the really forward-moving strategy, or you can play the left to right kind of flank, right? If you do have if you are running ranged heroes or marksmen.
Okay, so this is interesting. We have the marksman here on both sides. In fact, it's almost a complete mirror matchup. Instead of Nami Ruro on Daryl, actually, he's just going to walk right on through for free. Response is going to be the only one there to contest him. He knows he's in that corner. He wants to shoot and get him down, but of course it's up to Mochi Ball and Dot Squid to do the damage on the Kaz's base. They have already done quite a substantial amount. I mean, just look at that. They're down to 55%. The damage booster and the movement speed booster is up thanks to Dot Squid's plays. Of course, though, Kaz has it up as well. Let's see if Chewy can do anything in response. But of course, response is there just to defend. He is going to take quite a bit of damage, down to 600 points, but still very much alive. The Rattled Hive does a lot of damage. You got to keep in mind, that thing is able to consume so much space. Once those 3 little bees start spinning around, you're going to be running away for dear life. Of course, though, fairly even on both sides for now. 58 and 41. You can look at Namiro. He wants to roll in. He will do so. Tries to take responsive, but in fact, it's going to be Mochi Ball as well as response to take him down. Chewy does get a trade onto Dot Squid. Mochi Ball tries to do a little bit of chip damage on through, but unfortunately gets taken out. Let's see if Response can hold the line well enough for his teammates to do a full reset.
And at the moment, like, it's working out for them. They do have 2 of the modulators down, does Dot Squid as well as Team Kaz. Namiruro goes in for the aggressive play. But remember, early on, it did cost this team quite a bit of damage on their save. And so once again, Namiruro gets in, but at the expense of Dot Squid having clear line of sight and clear shots at Team Kaz's, at Team Kaz's safe. And so the problem is Namiruro is trying to push in very aggressively, but he doesn't have any follow-up. And even if he does get in range of the safe, he doesn't have the damage to trade.
Okay, not too bad. 5 seconds left, and it looks like Kaz doesn't have a single answer, a single response to response. Of course, that's Icy Doppin walking away with the first round on GG Mortuary. GG, I mean, Dot Squid, that's, I stand corrected. I thought 8-bit isn't really the brawler that you want to play. Of course, when I play alone, and it's really tough when you're a lone 8-bit. You're trying to support your team with a damage booster, and you're unable to do much because of your really slow movement speed. But of course, these guys, they have the star powers. They have that movement speed booster along with the damage booster, and it's also enabled by the cult players who are breaking open obstacles with their silver bullets, and that just gives 8-bit the freedom of movement to push up front really, really easily. And that's what we're seeing Dot Squid do. When he's able to get over into the center of the map, he has a clear line of sight down into Kaz's space, and of course, coupled with the damage booster, that is one painful volley of bullets. It gets it down all the way to what was it, 5%, and there was nothing that they could do there. So Icy Doppin, they walk away with the first round victory.
And Team Kaz, I think Namiruro, he needs to switch up. It's not working out. And it's helping them to displace, and it's helping him to chase down targets. But if the rest of your team is not gonna help you out, there's no reason for you to do that, because he's going in, he's chasing targets, he's clearing, but then, like you said, response is just coming through, and basically, is it response? Yeah, it's response. Or Dot Squid rather. He's just coming through with 8-bit and then just smashing damage onto Team Kaz's safe. So it's a trade-off, right? And there we go. We definitely see him change up. Namiruro has changed up to B, and that should help him out better than what he was previously using.
A little bit too aggressive, though. Looks like he pushed up into a forward position and unfortunately gets caught out in a bad place, bad spot. That allowed Mochi Ball as well as Dot Squid to take him out very, very easily. Mochi Ball will try to open up the line of sight for Dot Squid. It's the same strategy. Both teams are trying to go for the same play here. You can see the map has been broken up into the same kind of layout. But of course, it's all up to the mechanics and strategy here. Let's see how they can coordinate. Looks like Namiruro wants to take Dot Squid out, and he will do so. But of course, Mochi Ball is there to support and trade things out. But, ooh, it's going to be the reply from Chewy as well as the final player, Tired King. They are there to support Namiruro if he does go down. So it looks like Icy Doppin, in fact, they're actually playing defense right now.
They are playing it defensively, but I don't think it's gonna last very long. They just need to get in a more positive position at the moment. And Tired King gonna get sniped by Mochi Ball right at the very corner. So Response pushing through now, getting a couple of hits down. Namiro will go down, and that's 3 down already. So now they can start to move up if they want to, and they can put on another damage booster closer to that base. But they are not going to. So I think they're just waiting for a response. So that's bled a lot of time over on. That's bled a lot of time off the clock, and they are the pressure is definitely building on them, and the impetus is on them to get back into this match.
Oh yeah, Phil, you said it. I mean, what? Because look at Kaz, they're on 88% points of health, and they are sitting pretty comfortably. Chewy, of course, trying to stay alive. Tire King should be able to do damage on the IC Doppin. Dotson wants to push through, but it's not going to be enough. I mean, just look at them. They're body blocking, knowing that they just spawned. They have spawn protection. 3 seconds left. They managed to do it. Oh my god, Dot Squid in response. They managed to take it down from 88 to 59% points. That is
they split the lanes.
Incredible.
They split the lanes and were able to get past the body block. And so that'll bring it to 1-1. We're going to a tiebreak on Heist. So Kaz not out of it just yet.
You said it exactly. They split the lanes. I mean, we saw it happen towards the end. Even though the timer was down, I was kind of focused on that, but thankfully you brought that up, because looking at how they were playing, they knew to divert the attention of the players on Kaz's side. I mean, they were going in from the center as well as the right side. There wasn't much that they could do. Even if they tried to body block it, it was a little bit tough to do so. They were kind of focused on the lone player, I think, on the right side. And in fact, the damage was allowed to leak through, and it was brought down to 59%. And just like that, they're going to win. Right now, it's a tie. Let's go into the tiebreaker. Let's see which team is going to take it away. But of course, we speak of a lot of attention diversion. May I divert your attention for a little bit, Phil, because we have a very lovely shrimp noodle in the YouTube chat who says, "Hi, Death Adder." You have anything to say back to him?
Hello. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining us, and hope you guys are having a good weekend so far. And that's about it.
I certainly do hope everyone's having a good time. I mean, Phil and I were having a great time casting these games. Of course, it's a very lovely afternoon right here in Singapore as well. I hope it's sunny across the entire island. I hope it's not raining. But of course, you know, if it's raining, that's not too bad as well. I mean, we got our drinks, we got our Brawl Stars mugs, we got my ducks, we got our Brawl Stars plushies. A lot of Brawl Stars swag, because this is brought to you by Supercell, and it is the Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble. Of course, once again, brought to you by Supercell, and of course the very lovely ESL Asia. They are the ones organizing and hosting and producing this entire lovely Community Rumble show. And if you would like to show your support, like the Facebook page, subscribe to the YouTube channel, follow the Twitter account as well. But the very most important thing is, if you want to play, if you want to be a part of the Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble, join the Discord channel, join the Discord server. All the players, the pros themselves, are in that channel as well. I mean, we have our lovely mod, Tybo Cheese. He's there to moderate everything, but you can look for teams in there. Join up with the players. Ask them, you know, how can I play as well as you do? Response, if he's listening. But it's stuff like that that makes this such a lovely community to be in. So we'd like to see this community grow a lot as well. But without further ado, we're waiting for the players to get ready. It's still GG Mortuary on Heist. And yeah, this is a tough matchup, Phil. I don't know about you, but it is really, really tough. Both teams are fairly neck and neck. Although it looked like IC Doppin had the lead over in the very first game mode, which is Crystal Arcade on Gem Grab. Right now, Kaz, they're starting to show signs of life.
They're waking up, that's for sure, and they're just lucky right there that Response was able to come back. But production has told us that we're able to go to a break, so maybe something's getting sorted out. But we'll go to a short break, and we'll be back with more Brawl Stars action. Go get a drink, go to the toilet, stand up, get some blood in your legs, and we'll be back in a few short minutes.
And we are back into the Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble. It's already underway. We took a little bit too long talking because I was confused about which team won. Right now it's Hive Resonance versus Suya, and let's take a look. We saw Suya was really strong earlier on when they played against Dancing Teddy, but right now they are eating their words because Hive Resonance are doing very well. Look at this, Bill Nye, aka Raz, he is up by 8 gems, 9 and 10 because Jay has that 1. And of course he has his super up as well. He's able to fly away if he needs to. And this is a very comfortable lead for Hive Resonance. Suya, you might be strong when you're playing up against the Dancing Teddies, but up against a more experienced team like Hive Resonance, that's already a match over. Of course, though, that is only the first round, so let's see what's going to happen in the second one. Apologies for the earlier confusion. And it's been a confusing day. A lot of games. A lot of high-speed, fast-paced Brawl Stars action, and I'm a little bit confused. But of course, I have support from you, Phil Death Adder. Let's take it away, man.
Yeah, so that's the first round gone already on Gem Grab. We're gonna head into the second round very shortly. But as you can see, again, a lot of very aggressive plays to get that early momentum at the beginning of the round, and then that carries on towards the whole game, right? And you really always want to get your best foot forward. You want to pick up the first round, and the one thing about that is, like, the first round of the whole matchup, the one thing you can do is you can have a shock and awe kind of thing. So if you catch your opponent off guard, then you really get the advantage in the mind game.
And that's kind of what this is about as well. The mind games, the forward momentum that you want to bring onto your next game. If you have the first win, you're a little bit more confident going to the next. Of course, sometimes that leads into overconfidence. And that could be what we're seeing here as Jay gets taken out. It was a complete team wipe, and right now Suya has control over the center of the map. You want to be confident, you want to be calm, you want to be collected, and let's see if Hive Resonance can pull off the same plays. They're trying to take Amo down, but of course, Vidcrumbs actually is able to do so much work. But right now he's down really low, gets taken out by Jay. Amo does make it a trade though, and we have the final member of Suya, the Sprout, CY, pocketing those 5 gems, sitting very comfy. He's 6 now, and he's just sitting all the way at the back. Of course, along up with his shield, and that's all he needs to do once he has them. Let's see if Bill Nye can do anything, though. He has his super up as well, and that could allow him to break open obstacles. But of course, Amo is proving to be a very strong distraction, and he hides in those bushes. Just really drawing away a lot of those shots from Jay as well as Bill Nye. That allows Vidcrumbs to jump in, takes Aaron out, and this is going to be a big problem for Hive Resonance, as Suya has pocketed 10 gems. Wall is ready as well, and so is the shield. This is a big problem, big problem, Phil.
It is an insanely big problem for them, but I don't think they're going to be able to do anything about it. So Suya once again with... Oh, no, they do! They're able to get that kill in, but Suya will follow up once again, so it's just a matter of time, actually, at the moment. And now you have to... we need another big push from Resonance, but I don't think they're going to be able to do it. They're hoping that the gems come through, but they're not. It's all for naught. Jay's trying to go in for the hunt, but unable to do so because, Breadcrumbs just chilling out at the back of the base, and that's going to bring it to a tie break. So once again, Suya, with some patience, with dedication, and with a bit of wisdom, are able to claw their way back into the game. So Resonance trying to get that early advantage, it doesn't work because Suya is just one of those teams, it seems, that is able to adapt very well regardless of the situation put forward to them.
Yeah, could be looking at a very strong contender here for the first place spot. I mean, Suya has proven to be such a strong team. The way they are adapting to these strategies, I thought that one sniper shot from the Piper player on this on our favorite team's side. I mean, Hive Resonance, they were able to make that shot count. They dropped all 10 gems, but of course the Edgar player picked it up, Bedcrumbs, and then once he had all 10 of them, all he had to do was just sit at the back, kind of like the the Bernie Sanders mittens meme, and he's just sitting at the back, really comfortable. I'm just gonna, stay warm and sit it out, wait it out until the countdown timer takes away. And that is how Suya won that previous round. But of course, we have the tiebreaker here. Let's see if Hive Resonance can bring anything back into the game here.
Now we see the big jump coming in through from Jay, actually. And he's able to get a couple of hits on. Does not go down, though. And so he'll live to see another day. Amo also taking a lot of damage. And where are the gems stacked on? Jay has 2. I think they're trying to stack the gems onto Bill Nye. But the problem is he's not in range, so CY is going to be able to pick up those 2 gems. Jay goes in for the jump. Breck comes though, is able to come and back him up. Amo will drop Aaron, or Aaron will drop Amo, and he'll be able to rank up. And that's all the gems gone. Aaron takes out CY, but the gems are pretty safe right now. At the moment, they don't want to pick it up though, because they want to keep it on Sprout, because he does have so much health and also photosynthesis to help him out. But Aaron ranking up, that's 2 shots off in quick succession, will drop CY, and that means Hive Resonance, they have control of mid. Amos can go down as well because it's a 3v1. And that means they're up by 7 gems to 4 at the moment. Bill Nye trying to get away. Aaron also has to go away so that he can regen. And Suya then now will be able to claw their way back up. And it should be 7-7. Amo has to be careful. He's trying to get the bear up. But he is joking left, right, up and down. Finally gets the bear up. Aaron will get the kill. He'll rank up as well. And now they have to be careful about Aaron's knife, because that's going to do so much damage. They are up on the gem count though, 9-6. And the next gem, if they can secure it, they'll start the countdown. Trying to go through. Bill Nye with the shot in, missed his shot. Aaron goes in for the Teddy, and CY goes down. They'll pick up the gems as Jade is taken out by Amo. And conversely, all gems down to Korea. They've lost everything. Countdown timer, 9 seconds to go now. 18 gems as they totally wipe Kuya. And Hive Resonance, they will take gem grab 2-1 as we head to Heist.
We head into Heist, and that is just a master class from Hive Resonance, how to counter your opponents. You saw Suya adapt to Hive Resonance's strategy, but now Hive Resonance is adapting back. The way they counterpicked onto Edgar, it was kind of that mirror match, but at the same time, the way Jay and Aaron played together in tandem, the way they're jumping all about, teleporting into the most unpredictable spots, kind of allowed them to outmaneuver, outplay the Suya players, in fact. And that's just really incredible to see. I thought it was going to be a very big problem because, at some point it was down to 6 and 9 gems, correct me if I'm wrong. But the way Aaron went in and just really forced them to pick them apart, CY was unable to deal with that. He lost all of his gems. Aaron picked them up, and then it was just a very smooth sailing win for Hive Resonance. That is a 2-1 game, and of course right now that brings us into our second game mode, which is Heist on the map GG Mortuary. I wonder how this one is going to play out.
Nobody knows,
we never know, dude.
So yeah, just unfortunate right there, because they got pushed back so hard that I think the problem was towards the end, right? Residents realized that they couldn't stack everything onto Piper. And so Aaron had to pick up a couple of gems to secure that, to make sure that Suya couldn't get into a superior position, because they're starting to get zoned out. And he was able to do that because he was getting very aggressive. He was able to rank up, and that really put the ball in Suya's court to adapt to it, and sadly they couldn't.
Well, it looks like it's kind of a base race right now, though, because CY is just layering on that damage really thick. And Hive Resonance are down to 23%. Let's see if they can answer back, though. They have their space set for them over on Suya's base as well. They're doing damage at the same time, but ooh, they got taken out. This is going to be a big problem. Amo, though, will have to deal with Jay as he respawns in time, but CY is the one to look out for. Bill Nye doing his best to body block and will be able to soak up some of that damage. Still, both damage boosters have been deployed. They need to take that out in time. Amo wants to roll on over, but let's see if they can put a stop to this offensive push from Suya. sportsmanship is very, very critical here as well. You can see the Hive Resonance, they're not giving up. They might be on the ropes here, down to 8%, but they're still going at it, doing damage back onto Suya. It's 8 and 19 right now. Very, very close. Aaron deploying his super, in fact, but unfortunately gets taken out, and Amo's just gonna roll through, spin it to win it. And unfortunately, Hive Resonance is brought down to 0%. And that was a very, very close game. Just such incredible aggression from Suya, non-stop. They don't care.
So hot that I'm sweating, man, and my headphones are full of hot air. My head is sweating. It is adrenaline pumping, cortisol stacking play that we're seeing at the moment. Absolutely crazy.
Yeah, man. I mean, I imagine if you're the player, the adrenaline is flowing through your veins. You're shaking, even though you're trying to play on your phone. That's kind of what you have to. It's like the cartoons, right? You open up your headphones, let the steam escape for a little bit, and that's kind of what we see in that Barley animation as well, right? When he gets pissed off.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh!
Interestingly enough, we haven't seen Barley at all this month, and I don't think we saw him last month as well. So that is fun fact.
Fun fact, Barley is not picked right now. Maybe if you want to go off meta or something, but look at this again. It's Suya just not caring. They're just pushing through. Amo trying to hide around that 1-2 stone, able to lob 2 spikes onto Hive Resonance's base. Hive Resonance is aware of this fact, so they want to put a stop to this aggression, but at the same time, it means that they're a little bit, it's a little bit tough for them because they need to deal with this aggression, and at the same time, they need to come forth with some aggression of their own. Hopefully they can get a team wipe. This will allow them to push up, and that's exactly what they're doing here. Aaron, though, still very much alive, even though Bill Nye just fell. The damage booster is in play. Of course, though, Jay is trying to do the best that he can to prove to be some sort of distraction. Look at how he's able to obtain the attention of CY and Amo. Bedcrumbs, though, has his super. He wants to unleash it onto Hive Resonance's base. Still fairly even right now. I would say Hive Resonance is doing very, very well in terms of defense.
Yeah, he's doing pretty spectacularly, actually, given all things considered. And now, at the moment, 76-55 in favor of Resonance. Amo with the spike will be able to drop 1, and that's Jay getting taken out, I think it was. And so now they'll start to push forward. Amo once again hitting 2, actually, but Jay able to survive as he misses that 3rd one. Bill Nye taking a lot of damage. I think Amo's going to be able to get his ult pretty soon, but he gets jumped, is able to juke away, and now the damage is piling on to that safe. So it's out of camera view at the moment, but Amo with 1, Amo with 2. Breadcrumbs and CY stacking on damage onto the safe. 41-36 in favor of Suya. Amo with a triple. He picked up 3. He's on a 3 kill streak. Pops his ult, gets a couple hits onto Bill Nye. He might be able to finish him off. And that man is unstoppable. Breadcrumbs will finish Bill Nye off. And Amo once again pushing through. Also gets the damage onto the safe. Pops the super also. 26%, 23%, 36. Bill Nye is going to be in range. Can they body block? That's the question. They need to be able to stop any of the bullets that Bill Nye has. Damage booster pushing through. Jay might go for the final drop. He goes for the final drop. Pops the super. 22. Oh my god!
23 to 22%, Phil.
What the heck? What? How?
It's Hive Resonance. That
was a complete Hail Mary. That was such a fluke. Like, they were just like, all right, let's see what we can do. Jumps in, he pops his super. Does the Edgar, and then 8-bit just like has the damage booster as well, and they just I think they just threw everything in the kitchen sink into it and are just hoping that they would out DPS just enough. Suya are not going to be happy about that at all. They're going to be so disappointed. They're going to be like, what the heck just happened, guys? We allowed them to make that final push in, and then we couldn't defend. So Residence picks up their first round on Heist, and we will go into round 2 of Rezo versus Suya on Heist. I don't know, they had the upper hand. Like, Amo was carrying his team so hard, dude. Like, all the way. It just, like, it seemed their structure broke down towards the end, right? They just couldn't figure out how to get back into it.
Yeah, dude, you're absolutely right. I mean, Amo is the only one playing defense. Meanwhile, CY and Bedcrumbs, they're the ones who are dishing out the damage onto High Resonance's base. It's the exact same strategy this time, but it looks like Jay actually has gone with a counter pick, knowing that there could be an Edgar in play from Suya's side. Still though, it's Bedcrumbs doing the damage. He doesn't care about his opponents. He's just continuously going on through, breaking obstacles open, and just trying to do damage onto High Resonance's base. Of course, this is the final round of Heist right now. It's up to the tiebreaker. Bill Nye and Aaron, though, still trying to go with the teamwork. Let's see if they can pull it off. Bill Nye trying to stay alive right behind that one fence. Bedcrumbs is chasing after him. He's just going to ignore him, though. Does enough damage onto Suya's base, and now they're down to 25%. That's incredible. Jay's the only one alive right now, though, so it's a full-on reset. He stays alive just enough for his teammates to respawn, and now he takes Bedcrumbs down. This is a big, big win for High Resonance. They are carrying on through with this forward momentum. Bill Nye doesn't care. He's just doing all the damage. Aaron calls it on thick as well, and High Resonance takes it away, and that is game over for Suya. What an impressive win from High Resonance.
They're gonna be happy about that, and Suya just small mistakes adding up to, like, you know, they add up. They can, it's just tiny slights, and then they all just compound. Yeah, exactly. That's the word I was looking for. They just compound over time, and it just worked against them. So they're not out of it yet. They dropped to the lower bracket, so they're still in. They can learn from their mistakes and hopefully come back even stronger. And I think, do we go to lower bracket round 1? I don't know. We'll get some updates from... Yeah, so we have lower bracket round 1. So we have a couple of games to go. And we'll go to a short break, but the next matchup is going to be Shampoo Gaming versus Cloud Gaming. So Shampoo Bottle, sorry, versus Cloud Gaming. And we will be back in a few minutes with the lower bracket round 1.
And we are back at it again with the Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble January Finals. We are in the lower brackets, round 1 right now. It's gonna be Shampoo Bottle versus man, it escapes me.
Cloud
What's
Gaming.
the other team again? There we go, Cloud Gaming, a familiar name, but of course they were dropped by none other than Icy Doppin. So, man, any thoughts on this, Phil?
Cloud Gaming. I mean, Shampoo Bottle were able to pick up a round off Team Kaz, right? So they're not pushovers as well. Cloud Gaming also able to pick up a round off Icy Topping. So I think we should see a pretty good fight. J-Pod versus Dancing Teddies. I think J-Pod should take that pretty easily. It's going to be the lower bracket round 2. That's going to be the more exciting one, I think. And I think that's going to be tomorrow, though. So, Shampoo Bottle, Cloud Gaming, maybe Dancing Teddies can be the dark horse against J-Pod. That's yet to be seen. But we have Shampoo Bottle going up against Cloud Gaming first. That's going to be the next map. And remember, we do have 3 different game modes now. So we're going to start with Canal Grande for Bounty, Ice Sword on Gem Grab, and then Olive Branch on Siege. So, starting out with Bounty straight on, early on, we're going to see how they stack up in terms of firepower and in terms of personal skill. And then after that, we go into the more objective-based games.
Fairly interesting way to start things off, right? I mean, first we go with mechanics and team play, perhaps, and then we go into the objective-based games, of course, then that's where more strategy comes into play. But on Canal Grande, you know, we've seen this map several times before. You got a nice little long riverbank right down the middle, and it splits the map up into 2 separate lanes. Of course, the third lane is a little bit ignored in a sense, but of course, this is where your mechanics come to play, and this is where brawlers like maybe Daryl, someone who comes in close range, or someone who can shoot long range over obstacles and rivers would be effective, right? So it's gonna be interesting to see how these teams play it out. Of course, you know, maybe pull out your Head and Shoulders, your Shokubutsus, your Doves and whatnot, your Shampoo Bottles is what I mean. And of course, Cloud Gaming are the ones to defeat here, because these guys, you know, we've seen them before. They're pretty good at the game. Of course, they haven't been able to secure a top 3 spot so far, but this is where things could be different for them. Of course, whichever team loses here gets knocked out of the tournament, so don't want to see that happening. Let's show our support for the lovely players here. Let's keep it friendly and civil, guys, and without further ado, the game should be starting pretty soon. The players are just readying up and getting into the lobbies, but for now, still Canal Grande. I mean, let's get a little bit of here crafting here, right? I mean, we're seeing Sprouts, we're seeing Daryl, but we're also seeing the long-range brawlers on the sides of Shampoo Bottle, right? We got Sip twice on Mr. P, we got Brawly on B, and that is just the sharpshooting abilities of those brawlers that we want to see right now. Cryptic is on Daryl, so what he wants is to build up his super to be able to roll onto his opponent's side, and then really that will be the thorn in their sides. Of course, could be eating a couple of luggages here from Mr. P. That could be a big problem, but for now, Cloud Gaming are sitting on a very comfortable 2-star lead.
They are, and it's yeah, I mean, it's early days, right? We can't draw any conclusions just yet. But Shampoo now starting to get a lot more aggressive. They do have photosynthesis, the lollipop coming through with the charge through will be dropped by Cryptic, so that will bring it to 6-1 on the scoreboard. And now Cloud Gaming, I think, can go very aggressive here. They're able to do a team wipe onto Shampoo, bottle forcing them all the way back to spawn. And Cryptic, once again, I think he has his super up. They're just waiting for Drunken to get his super up as well. And then we'll see the roll-in start to happen. There we go. Going in for the roll-in. We'll take 1 out. We'll take 2. Pick up that double. The bear guy needs help. And here comes the penguin coming through. Gonna drop Brawly, does he? And that's 3 kills. That's another team wipe. All together in Cloud Gaming now. 12 stars to 1, commanding lead.
Absolutely, absolutely commanding. I mean, just look at this. But of course, Lollipop has something to say as well. He gets in with one elimination. His teammates are there to support him, and all of a sudden, actually, Shampoo Bottle's in the lead by 13. But make that a trade because Kid Drunken just took Lollipop out. Now they're on 15 stars. All they need to do is stay alive, and they will do so as Cloud Gaming takes away round 1 on Bounty. That got fairly close towards the end there. I was kind of confused.
Very close towards the end, but like they were able to pull it off. So Cloud Gaming putting on, withstanding the aggression from Shampoo Bottle, and then be able to put on the counter pressure and keep that pressure going. So Shampoo Bottle once again backfired on them. Maybe they're going to be a bit more reserved in the second round. That's yet to be seen. But I think it's going to be a case of they're going to go aggressive once again, and then if they can take the aggressive, if their initiative to take the aggression to Cloud Gaming is rewarded, then they're going to keep pushing it and do the same thing that Cloud Gaming did to them after the team wipe.
And that's kind of what is happening here, right? Because both teams are fairly aggressive on both sides. I mean, they're pushing the tempo continuously, time and time after again, not letting up, even though they already have the lead on stars. And that is kind of the issue on Bounty, because despite it being, it's kind of like team deathmatch, at the same time, there is an objective after all. Once you have the lead on stars, there isn't really a need to continue pushing through, but when you do that, you kind of leave yourself exposed, and that allows either team to come in with a steal. And that is how Shampoo Bottle managed to bring it up to 12 stars, but at the same time, Cloud Gaming just brought it up 1 inch over Shampoo Bottle. So right now, we're seeing Cryptic trying to do the same thing. He is super deadly, but of course this time Raleigh has picked on a different brawler, in fact, which is Poco. Unfortunately though, no heals in time. Sip is still hiding in the bushes, waiting for the opportune moment. He has his super ready if he needs to deploy it. Still, it's Cloud Gaming in the lead, 5 stars over 2, but here comes the push from Shampoo Bottle. They're going in, they want to make the frags happen. It's Rosa with the ultimate, but unfortunately it's not going to be able to do much. Sip though is able to pull them back in just by a bit. That allows Raleigh to bring it out to an even 5-5. Here it comes, it's the heal. They're staying alive, but let's see if Cloud Gaming can turn this back 1.
And they are doing a pretty good job at the moment, all things considered. 5-5. Shampoo Bottle starting to put them all the way back in their spawn, but they have to be careful. Cryptic has his super ready to go. So does the Bear guy. So if they get a good wall off, Cryptic is going to be able to roll in, and then Drunken is just going to be able to stack that damage on. So here comes the roll in. The wall comes through. There we go. But Twice is stuck in the corner, but he was able to pop his super to kind of deflect that damage away. Lollipop comes in, takes out Cryptic, and V-Bear guy 1 shot away from getting dropped. 8-8 on the scoreboard. Brawley's gonna go down. 11-8, 14-8. Right at the very end, Shampoo just didn't have a reply, and V-Bear guy staying alive, couldn't get sniped, used his wall in to suck in 2 of them and trap them. And that's it. Cloud Gaming will take Bounty 2-0.
What a play. I think this is the first time I've ever seen that happen on Canal Grande. Using the wall to trap a brawler in that one corner. There was nothing much that Sip Twice could do. I mean, he is playing Jack. Jack can do damage across walls because of his just AoE ability, but there wasn't anyone near him until Cryptic rolled in, but he was still very much alive. So Cloud Gaming, incredible plays, well-timed rolls from Cryptic, and of course that just one magnificent wall, just able to lock Sip Twice out. Walls seem very, there wasn't any wall happening. We just see, the nice little old man flying off in a helicopter. But for now, that's gonna be Bounty on Canal Grande. We're gonna move on into the next game mode, which is a Jam Grab over on the map Ice Fort. So this is gonna be an interesting one because Ice Fort is a relatively new-ish map. Just looking at it, it's very much open. You have grass patches on the left and right lanes, but then you have that one nice little box right in the center of the map. So it's up to the players how they want to play it. So far, I think, Lou is just incredibly strong when it comes to controlling space. So looking at how this map is played out, if you are able to control space right in the center of the map, that could be your goal, just setting up base right there.
Yeah, it's gonna come down to a Pam once again. We saw that in I think last month as well on Ice for like the Pam. Oh, what happened there? The Pam was just instrumental because before you push in, you need the sustain behind. So you put the healing pack behind the wall, and then once you're inside the middle, then you put it in front of the wall, and that's basically led to the success of every single team that played Ice Spot. It was just a matter of Pam needs to get the super up in time, and then that helps you to sustain. And no Pam on the side of Cloud Gaming, so they went with the Bear guy using Sprout. Hopefully that he can get the wall out, but might be to their detriment.
Might be, as we see them losing their foothold. Of course, though, the Bear guy still able to pocket 2 gems, has his shield, and that is just what he needs to stay alive. The wall goes up, so even though Lollipop has broken down some of those fences, the wall is still there to provide some form of cover, but Simp-wise, you gotta watch out for this guy. He's able to do a lot of damage. Still, the Bear guy's very much alive. I stand corrected. Brawley just takes him down. Kid Drunken, though, is able to support his teammates somewhat, but we see 3 very, very delicious gems right in the center of those 2 fences there, and you can see that they desperately want it, but Cryptic is gonna have to parasol away. Still, it's the Pam strategy, like you said, Phil. It is very, very strong, very, very sustainable, and that is exactly what Brawley is doing on the side of Shampoo Bottle.
So now Shampoo Bottle 9 gems to 2. They finally get 10. So now the countdown is going to start. 15-second countdown. Cloud Gaming need to go for the chase. Cryptic misses out with the snipe. He gets taken out. Lollipop onto Cryptic. That was that frag. The Bear guy, they just need to kill, but Pam all the way at the back, just camping in the grass with the healing pack on. And that's a very smart play from Shampoo Bottle. After getting the countdown going, just hiding in the corner, just waiting there, and using the other 2 teammates to body block, to put on the damage, to distract, and untouchable. Because once you get into the grass, they don't know where you are. They know you're in the grass patch, but you could be all the way on the left side, you could be all the way on the right side, you could be all the way at the back. No one knows, right? And they didn't have a Tara, so no passive ability to see where she's at.
You are absolutely right, and that is the strength of this Pam strategy. Once you got your 10 gems, I don't need to stay in the battlefield anymore. Let's pack it up, hide in one of those grass patches somewhere, and that's the thing. Like you said, could be anywhere. So very, very well played by Shampoo Bottle, but still, it's not over yet. We have a second round. Let's see what Cloud Gaming are going to bring into the fold this time, because earlier on, the Pam strategy, it's very, very strong, but at the same time, Shampoo Bottle, they don't have the strongest start, right? I mean, just look at this. The Bear guy, he's already up by 2 gems. Let's see if he can stay alive enough, but I stand corrected again, because look at Simp twice. He just walks through, gets the damage. He's still trying to take the Bear guy down. Unfortunately, though, this time he's the one who falls, but Brawley's just going on forward. Very, very strong, very aggressive. Gets the healing turret up as well. Stays alive just by a bit, but has to narrowly avoid those seed bombs. Ooh, it bounces back and gets him in the back. Right now, though, Shampoo Ball is trying to stay in the game. Simp-wise still with the Rattled Hive, trying to consume space. They know he's in the bushes somewhere. They're keeping an eye out for him in case he comes through with the flank. The Bear guy spots him out, pocketing 7 gems, looking at the 8th now. Still, this is Cloud Gaming very, very much in control, but it's gem grab. Anything can happen. If they can get the elimination onto the Bear guy, that could be it. Still, though, he picks up the 10th, and this could be it. All he needs to do is to stay alive right now, and that is what he's doing.
So the countdown has started, 11 gems to 0 right now. Cloud Gaming really chasing Shampoo Bottle right now and putting a lot of damage onto him. And that's it. Match is over. Cloud Gaming clawed their way back in. So we're going to go to a tie break. on gem grab, and they are not out of it just yet. When you think you're gonna count out Cloud Gaming, they come back in force. And once again, a huge swing, right? 11 gems to, I think, what was it? 11 gems to 0, 11 gems to 1?
Yeah, there really weren't any gems at all on Shampoo Bottle's side. And that is just, sometimes things just don't swing in your favor. Sometimes, once the bear guy gets the lead, once he's really comfortable, he has the shield, there isn't much that you can do. And it was the same on the first round when we saw Brawly on Pan. It's just that this time, the bear guy was the one taking the lead.
So as we see them try and get back into it, now Gaming once again trying to come through from the back of Shampoo Bottle. They get the backstab. Cryptic will get that snipe. Drunken also picking up one as well, and they'll pop down the sprout wall right in front of Shampoo Bottle's face. So they have 5 gems already. Cryptic needs to hightail it out of there. Healing pack down by Brawly. That's gonna help them if they need to fall back to that point. If Drunken photosynthesis shield will pop onto him, but Twice will be able to drop Drunken. So he tries to lock the bear guy in, and so he can finish him off, but he's able to juke away, does the bear guy do. And that brings it to 3-3 on the gem count. 5-3 now. And Shampoo Bottle have gem control at the moment. Able to pick him up, but Drunken goes for the dash in to recover all 5 gems. And he had to do that because Simp was almost there, and he is the gem. Remember, he is the gem bank for Shampoo Bottle.
He is the gem bank indeed, and that is exactly what is happening right now. Kid Drunken very much needs to stay alive. He is trying to fight the Pan, but that's the problem playing as Colette. You do more damage you do more damage when your opponent has higher health, and when you're facing up against a Pan who's really low, the damage you do just isn't quite substantial enough. But ooh, manages to take the steal, and now they are up by 12 gems. The countdown timer is in. Lollipop wants to go in. Cryptic just flies away, and because of the wall, Shampoo Bottle are unable to come in with an offensive push. Down to 2 seconds, and there isn't much that the Shampoo Bottles can do, and Cloud Gaming have eliminated the other team, unfortunately. Very, very impressive plays towards the end there.
Yeah, and it led to them having a comfortable win in the end, right? Amazing play right there towards the end. Used the parasol, jumped up, took out all the obstacles so they could push forward, and then had the sprout wall, and they just waited until they took out the other 2. Sprout was left, and he had all the gens on him, and bang, put all the damage on him. Went in for the jump in, came out, and the sprout wall came out at the same exact time. So he was actually able to jump in right when the wall came out somehow. Like, it was like impeccable timing, and they couldn't get back into the game because they had to go all around either to the left side or all the way around on the right side. And Cloud Gaming will pick that up. So they knock out Shampoo Bottle out of the tournament. So commiserations to Shampoo Bottle. They put up a good showing, but in the end just couldn't bring it home. And Cloud Gaming will move on to the lower bracket round 2. I think we have one last match for today, and that's going to be J-Pod versus Suya. That's going to be the next matchup in the lower bracket round 1. So we're going to go to a short break, but we will be back with more Brawl Stars action.
And welcome back to the Singapore Brawl Stars Community Rumble. And here we are. It's the final match of the day, I believe. Lower bracket round 2. Like you said, Phil, it's J-Pod. No, actually, it's J-Pod versus
Suya.
Sorry, Dancing Teddy. I think actually. Wait.
Oh, Dancing Teddy. Yes, it's Dancing Teddy's versus Suya, if I'm not wrong. Is it?
Yep, looking at the updated brackets. So, thank you very much for the help. And there it is, J-Pod versus Dancing Teddies. This is going to be a tough one because both teams, have struggled against their opponents in the past. But right now, they're going to be fighting for their spot to stay alive in this entire tournament because the team that loses is knocked out. Remember, this is a double elimination tournament. So, right now, they're going to go at it. The maps are the exact same. We're going to start off in Bounty on Canal Grande. And that is a very, very tough one to predict right now. I mean, every single time we go into predictions and we're trying to think, which team is going to pick what brawler, we might be able to get that one right. But when it comes to which team comes out on top, it's a toss-up. It's a huge toss-up, though, but we're just going to have to see how this plays out. It looks like the players are already at it. We have the Jack going in ham. He gets the first elimination. They're already up to 5 stars. And Dancing Teddies, they're trying to do their best. Minnie is trying to lob those luggages. He has his porter up, but unfortunately gets taken out by Mr. Smiley. Right now, Galactaz still on the Silver Piper. Let's see if he can connect. Ooh, no, he gets taken out by Orca. Ouch.
And that is a painful, painful lesson that he has learned from. Smiley Face is coming through on the left side, and he's just getting zoned out though. Galactaz and Minnie just zoning him out. He can't get through, and he's stuck in the corner, so he goes down. But Jacob still leading with 9 stars, 11 stars now as New King gets a bit too eager, and he gets taken out. And here comes the reply from J-Pod. They're coming through. Smiley Face gets knocked down as Galactaz will get out a double snipe. And that will bring it to 11-8. So Dancing Teddy is not out of it just yet. They're pushing their way back into this game. And they've absolutely just taken out all the, basically all the obstacles on that left side. So now they're going for the chase. 10 seconds to go. They need to go in now. Smiley Face though needs to make sure he doesn't go down, as well as Shu. Shu is getting chased after now. All two members, and they unfortunately they went for a 2-1 split. So maybe the better choice there would have been to go for a 3-man chase instead of a 2-1 split. And that means that was it Suya? Suya picks up the first round, right?
J-Pod takes the
Sorry, J-Pod, not Suya. J-Pod. J-Pod picks up that first round in Bounty. So Dancing Teddies need to work out what they want to do. They did very well at the beginning. Coordination was quite spot on, and then towards the end they were just like they just wavered, right, and couldn't figure out what they really wanted to do.
You kind of can see that strategy that they're going for, and I think you might be right, Phil, because towards the end, the 3-man push might have been the answer. When you're split up, sometimes you're spread a little bit too thin, and that allows your opponents to pick you off apart one by one, and that's just kind of what happens. You could see that the strategy that the J-Pods were going for was that the Jack player, when he gets in really close, even if he's behind an obstacle, just because the Jackhammer has that AoE kind of damage effect, you're able to do damage while staying relatively safe behind cover. At the same time, he's kind of that or she's kind of that perfect counter to hyper players, because hyper players do damage the further they are from their opponents. At the same time, Orca has just been nailing his shots. Look at that. I mean, right off the bat, Nuke King is already taken out of the equation. And right now, Mr. Smiley over on Daryl instead of Jack. He's able to do damage, roll in at the opportune moments at the same time, and just look at shoot. It's perfect play from all three members on J-Pod's side. Meanwhile, the Dancing Teddies, oh man, they're struggling.
They're having a very hard time at the moment, our Dancing Teddies, to get to find their mojo and find their groove in this matchup. And Galactus finally will get a snipe through, but it's 11-3, remember. Here comes Smiley Face, goes in with the roll through, but he'll get taken out by the Penguin, so there goes the trade. J-Pod still in the more favorable position, 13 stars to 7. Now, can Galactus get the snipe in, gets a double hit, and decides to pop his super, so he will take out all the obstacles on that left side. But it's not working out. Like, the strategy is they're focused on taking out these obstacles, but they're not focused on getting the kills. But they do pick up a double there, which brings them up to 19 to 15. So 4 stars away from tying it, 5 stars away from picking up the superior position and taking the advantage. But Orca with the snipe gets one, Smiley Face with the follow-up, gets mini, Galactus with the counter snipe will take out Smiley Face.
What?
And Galactus onto Orca as well, but Orca will drop Nuke King, so it's 26-23 now. And it is time to see who can pull magic out of their hat. Q though, with the double suitcase, will pick up another kill, and J-Pod will be the winners of this first game mode. So on Bounty, they take it 2-0, and we will head into Gem Grab. Just like Dancing Teddies, I don't know, it just felt like it was a bit sloppy. Like, the execution was sloppy, the reorganization of the game as they went through the whole game, it just felt very disorganized, right? It felt like that their game plan was to take out the obstacles, but they were so focused on that they weren't aware that, you know, they're so focused on that they weren't aware that they had to also be mindful that, you know, it's Bounty, it's about the kills, and every time you die, you're giving stars up to your opponent and adding to their lead. So yes, you might take out the obstacles, but at the end of the day, you're not taking out a turret, you're not picking up gems, you are getting kills, and that's the most important thing. And J-Pod just didn't take their eye off the prize, and that's what they were purely focused on, and that brought them to winning that first game mode.
Yep, they had their eye on the prize. You might even say that they had the eye of the tiger. You know, they weren't letting up whatsoever. And at the same time, like you said, Dancing Teddies, they were kind of basically playing their opponent's game. You know, when they got killed, they tried to kill back, but every time they're just trading kills back and forth, and because J-Pod, they were already in the lead, they basically had that one in the back from the get-go. But enough of that, that's Bounty, and it's already been decided. J-Pod wins that, but now it's come down to Ice Fort on Gem Grab, a more objective-based game mode, something more strategic, possibly, and this could be where we might see Dancing Teddies come back from their previous loss. Right here on Gem Grab, if they want to break down the obstacles, they could very well do so. In fact, they're coming up with the double defensive strategy. We have a Pam as well as a Sprout. On the other side, however, you're gonna love this, we have a Mortis. And this is where J-Pod's aggression could come into play. Look at Mr. Smiley, he's hiding, but he's been found out, so oh no, he's gonna have to fall back. Meanwhile, Orca does manage to take one gem up, heals up as well, but let's see if he's able to stay alive. And that's the versatility from Sprout, in fact, because he is able to play around his walls so much so, in fact, he has passive abilities that play in tandem with the walls. He can take them down, he can put them up again, he can also consume them for health, depending on the star power that you have chosen. Looking at how this game is playing out, though, Shu is just able to distract Mini as well as Galactaz. Meanwhile, the other two players on J-Pod are taking down Nuke King, and this allows them to gain control over the center of the map. Just incredibly powerful, but look at that. one player down, and all of a sudden Mr. Snarly takes them back. He hides all the way at the back once more, but the Pam just pushes through. Galactaz takes him down, and now it's a 5-5 even game. Shu is still very much over in behind enemy lines. Mr. Snarly's trying to do the best he can, dueling against the Pam, but oh man, that's just too much health. Ouch.
Yeah, it's a painful lesson that they're trying to overcome, but they're not out of it just yet. 8-5 on the gem scoreboard, 2 Sprout Walls in, but Dancing Teddies comes in. Here comes the Mortis, Smiley Face onto Nuke King. Galactaz will drop him though with that Pam, and soon I think he's going to have his healing box put down. Well, they don't need it because they're just going to fall back all the way. Smiley Face still going for the backstab. He's going to go in for the jump. Mini goes down. He gets the heal on. But he has to be careful not to get taken out. He needs to get out of there. He gets the double, but isn't able to escape with the gems. And now Galactaz, he's just going to go all the way back to spawn and just camp in the corner. And so J-Pod can't really do anything. I think they kind of realized that it's done and dusted. Oh, Smiley Face with a double jump, but decides to back off. And that's it. Just too many gems on Galactaz. He's too far away. J-Pod got wiped, and the time was against them. So that's the first round to Dancing Teddies. We'll head into the second round on Gem Grab. And I think J-Pod might adapt, but Dancing Teddies off to a good start.
Very, very good start, and it's just that same strategy. You talked about this, we talked about this. Anytime it's Ice Fort on Gem Grab, you have a Pam, you have a Sprout, it's just really strong, really defensive. You have such a high health pool, you can heal, you can put your walls up, you have shields as well. It's just so tough for the opponent's team to be able to take you down, especially when they're just really, really aggressive, right? Time and time after again, it's almost like they were walking into their deaths, especially Mr. Smiley. You could see he had the effort. He was trying to chase after them, but unfortunately, he was just unable to sustain himself. So, I think there definitely needs to be a change on the brawler composition off the side of J-Pod, but let's see what they have in store for us, because it's not over yet. This is round 2 on Gem Grab. Take us away, Phil.
Smiley Face early on, he comes through, gets a snipe on, and they'll get the first 2 gems. So Orca up to 3 gems now. They have middle control. Already at the Sprout Wall on that middle entrance for Dancing Teddies, and he is slowly but surely, getting that superior position. He has 4 gems. He's gonna have 5 gems now. So they are going to trade control, I think. Shu is able to drop 1 Orca on the top side, make sure there is no backstab. He drops 2nd, and they get a team wipe right there. So once again, another Sprout Wall on that middle section, but there's a bit of space if Mini wants to go in. Smiley Face just hiding in the corner, gets a snipe off on Mini, but Mini eats the wall and is able to heal up 2,000 hit points. Orca needs to be careful. Ultima comes through, they smash the whole, I don't know whether that is a good thing or bad thing, but they smash all the gates off on that bottom left-hand side of the mine, and now they will have their switch control. So J-Pod here coming through. We're going to take out Nuke King though. So it's going back and forth, back and forth. Somehow Mini is just able to stay alive. And there we go. Again, another Ultimate coming through from J-Pod, destroying again more obstacles in that middle section.
The obstacles are down, but I don't think it matters that much as long as Orca stays alive, because he's the one with the most gems on J-Pod's side right now. It's too intense. He manages to pick it up at the last moment. Mr. Smiley Face, he flies away, and now it's all up to Dancing Teddies to go in with a final push. If they die right here, it is game over. Look at Orca dancing back and forth. He dies. Oh no! Shu gets the kill on him. And this could be it. Dancing Teddies, they get all of those kills, but Shu dashes right in just in time. Galactaz falls. Orca comes back into the game, respawns in time. Oh my god, 15 gems up onto J-Pod. If they can stay alive, this is going to be it. Dancing Teddies, they're trying to do their best, but what can they do? Nuke King just unable to push in fast enough. Galactaz trying to do what he can, but 1 second left. Oh! And that is it. J-Pod walks away with a 1-1 on 17, or was it 19 gens? Dude, I can't
Just
remember.
absolute madness. That was just crazy towards the end. Like, oh man. But it's 1-1, so we go to a tie break, and Dancing Teddies, they are holding on for dear life, man. It's like that scene, in the Avengers where Captain America is like torn between the two.
Yeah.
He's holding on to the platform. He's holding on to the helicopter. He's trying to like, ah! That's what Dancing Teddies are like right now. They're trying to make sure that they survive and they stay in the game. So we're gonna go into the tiebreak here on a gem grab. And J-Pod, like I said, I told you they would adapt, and they did adapt. So let's see whether they stick to that same game plan. Maybe Dancing Teddies will try something else. Maybe J-Pod will try something else. Both of them, so now we see Mr. P coming out.
You see Mr. P, but my Peter Tingle tells me, not that my name is Peter, but my Peter Tingle tells me that Orca is the one to watch out for here, because every time he has his shield up, every time he pockets gems, J-Pod is the one walking away with a victory, and that is what he's doing right now. Look at that wall. He already has control over the gem spawner, and now it's Mr. Smiley in that one corner. He's controlling so much space because they're afraid. They know that he's a potential threat just because he's looking over by the left side, and at the same time, the remaining members of J-Pod are doing work as well. Galactaz is trying to do what he can, does take Mr. Smiley down. That's a very nice frag, picks up the third gem, and now things could be different here. 3 and 4 gems are the score, and right now Mini is trying to do his best as well, building up on his supercharge. Galactaz still very much trying to pocket all the gems, trying to build up his super, but Shu is doing so much work as well. Mini falls, and now this is going to be a big problem for J-Pod.
5-4 on the gem scoreboard. Middle control in favor of Dancing Teddies. All the obstacles are still up. Shu in the background getting another jump on, so that's Mr. P going down. And what are they doing here? They sprout wall here. We have a battle of the Pipers on that left side. And the gems get dropped, but they'll recover now all the way. And now J-Pod are just going to laugh their way back, all the way back to spawn. I think 10 seconds to go. Do they have any supers up? No, they don't. Mr. P has his super ready. New King has as well, so he wants to aerosol. He wants to zone them out. He needs to go now, but bang! Sniper shot comes through from Mr. Smiley Face. And that's going to be it. J-Pod will take gem grab 2-1. They eliminate Dancing Teddies from the tournament, and they'll move on to the next stage of the lower bracket. So what a way to end the day. An amazing match. Dancing Teddies really put up a valiant fight, but in the end, J-Pod, the patience and the adaptation skills that they had and brought through the whole tournament, securing them that win.
I mean, it's all summed up in that one word, bang, right? That's how that final play went. And it's just, sometimes you try your best, but you don't succeed. And unfortunately for Dancing Teddies, they're out of the tournament, but I hope to see them again in the next month's final, dude.
I do. They actually did really well, and I think we need to be careful with all our references in case we get copyright cited.
Really?
Way too many.
Nah.
I don't know. Maybe we'll see how it goes. Either that, or maybe we get like a shout out video. You never know. Maybe some of these people, they're into Brawl Stars or whatnot. But we're just waiting for the final tabulation of all the scores and everything to set all the brackets. And then once we get that, we'll go into the brackets. But yeah, you want to shout out your social media pages, Quack, while we're just waiting for this bracket update?
Sure, of course. I mean, we're gonna go through the brackets pretty soon, but it's us. We're your casters. The name's right there. Hey, I'm Quack. That's where you can find me all across Twitter, Instagram. It's the same name. Just do a quick Google search. And what about you, Phil?
At DeathAdderSG on Facebook and twitch.tv/DeathAdderSG as well. Nothing up there so far yet, but I promise soon there'll be some content. So we're gonna pull up the brackets right now and show you the update for the whole day. And there you can, there you have it. So Kaz taking down Shampoo Bottle, Icy Dolphin, dropping Cloud Gaming, Hive onto J-Pod, Dancing Teddy onto Suya. and they will commence. I'm not going to go through the whole bracket, but basically the highlights are tomorrow. We're going to have the upper bracket final, which will be Hive Resonance versus Icy Doppin. And then maybe, I mean, if the Icy Doppin get dropped to the lower bracket, they potentially could face Kaz in the lower bracket. If not, we do have, of course, Cloud Gaming going up against Suya. That's going to be one heck of a match, I think. J-Pod, as we've seen, can they adapt to can they adapt to Team Kaz, a very, very strong opponent? That's a question that's yet to be answered. And we'll be back with the upper bracket final, lower bracket round 2, lower bracket round 3, the lower bracket final, and then, of course, the grand final. And that's going to be tomorrow. We'll be up bright and early. Remember, we go, the stream goes live earlier, but the matches start at 11 a.m., same as today. And it'll be myself and Quack. Once again, both of us will be here as your esports commentators covering the Brawl Stars Singapore Community Rumble January finals. So without further ado, we hope you had a great day. We hope you enjoyed all the action today, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow. Until then, this is us signing out.
Oh.